President, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, honorable guests, good morning. Almost good afternoon. I welcome you at the Palace of Grand Dukes of Lithuania, and I welcome you to the 10th Vilnius Foreign and Security Policy Conference on transatlantic ties amid fracturing security landscape, which is aimed to commemorate the Lithuanian Chief of Diplomacy, Stasys Lozoraitis. So let's start with a round of applause. I would also like to welcome all those who are watching us on the social media of ESC, as well as those who are watching us on news portals Delphi LT and 15min LT. So we have a broad audience. I'm also grateful to the Palace of the Grand Dukes of Lithuania. I'm a journalist, Živilė Kropaitė, and I will moderate the conference today. This is the 10th annual conference, so this means it's already a traditional event, which is really important for to become a vital and very important conference focusing on foreign security policy. And we would really like to commemorate our interwar foreign minister and chief of diplomacy, Stasys Lozoraitis. It is highly important to thank all the partners who have been standing with us since the very first event. That is Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and organizers are extremely grateful to this foundation for many years of support. We are also truly grateful to the Baltic American Freedom Foundation and the German embassy in Lithuania for their significant contribution to the event. We are very happy that this event takes place in cooperation with two leading think tanks in the U.S. That, first of all, is Atlantic Council. Dan Fried, ambassador, is here with us today. We are extremely happy about this. And we will also have a panel debate about the transatlantic relations, and we'll also have a shared broadcast. Foreign Policy Research Institute broadcasts entire conference, and its representative Maya Otarashvili is also here with us in the audience. So this shows the international aspect of organizers and partners. So once again, we are grateful to the Palace of Grand Dukes of Lithuania, and a few more logistic messages. Please be cautious, because a few important messages and news will be shared on this scene today. The QR code that you may scan now already is the code for your questions, which you will be able to ask during the panel debates or during the conversations, and you will see this code all the time. So please take an active part. And this will make our discussions even more lively. Translation for all of those who need it. This event takes place in English and in Lithuanian. And now I would like to invite on stage the team of the Eastern European Studies Center. President of the Republic, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, friends, partners, colleagues. We are extremely delighted to welcome you at the 10th annual conference. For us, an organization which was already counting 18 years. We mark the adult age this year, so that is a good occasion for us to look back what we managed to achieve over almost those 2 decades. And we managed to achieve quite a lot. If we count back on how many events we have organized, so that number would probably be a 4-digit number. If we analyze how many political publications we make, that would also probably an equal number. Events take place every 2 to 3 days, so maybe that's a bit too much, but on the other hand, it shows that we try to respond to ever-changing security situation, to ever-changing environment, and to look for positive solutions in our discussions and debates. At the same time, we are happy with our achievements. During the NATO summit, we organized a public forum which was opened by the President and the NATO Secretary General, and that was one of the largest, if not the largest, event focusing on think tanks in Lithuania. We also managed to break through the prestigious Munich Security Conference, and we also organized a co-event there. So we have quite significant achievements, but we don't really want to stop. And in order to assess of how we are doing, we ask our partners to take a look at us from their perspective. So I will ask my colleague Simona to present how our partners see us. So we have concluded a questionnaire and asked to rate us in terms of contents, in terms of our partnership, in terms of how influential our activities are. And we also asked about the expectations for the future. And we received responses from over 20 institutional partners, which is quite a significant number. So I will briefly present the results. So if we see it in figures, so both the contents and quality is rated really high. And if we speak about the feeling or association which we raise to our partners in respect of our center, so we may see the words such as solid, insightful, useful, reliable, and matches the expectations. So that it wouldn't look like we are praising ourselves. So you may see the quotes from our partners' reviews, what this cooperation with our center means for them. So you may see that 80% say that we are impactful. We are an impactful European think tank. But if we take a look at a broader geography of our operations, so our visibility is even higher in geographic terms, even beyond the Atlantic and in the Pacific region as well. As it comes to expectations, majority said that we should continue growing our impact and expanding our activities in terms of analysis. 15% even said that we should also grow our team. So that is highly important for us because it is in line with our ambition for the coming next years. Our ambition is to grow twofold so that we would be growing as a team, as a think tank, so that we would grow our analytical contents. We would like to have it high quality, and we would like to have more meaningful events. So how we are going to do all that? We think that we should start from the beginning. We should start focusing on the skill that we have in response to main challenges and requirements of our state. Those are geopolitical stability and security. And this opens a new page of our organization. 18 years is a good time to start a new stage in our organization's life. And we have a message to share. Eastern European Center ceases to exist. Eastern European Study Center ceases to exist and now will be referred as Geopolitics and Security Study Center. And I would like to invite Adam Roževič to tell a bit more about our trends for development. As we look to the future, we are planning to expand in three directions: Eurasian analysis, resilience analysis, and transatlantic analysis. We are a member of geopolitical community, and we focus on disinformation and security topics. Probably that is all natural, but we are interacting in this area and then in the eastern border of the Western world. So we will continue working for the democracy, not only for the democracy in Lithuania, but for democracies around Lithuania, and to understand the situation and help them make informed decisions. The letter G, highlighted letter G, focuses on our attention to geopolitics and refers to our identity of the organization, our specific knowledge in this area. And this also shows that our center expands its field of activities. And there are many codes in this logo of ours, and my colleague will tell a bit more. You don't really, it is pretty obvious that the first letter also shows a sword, a frame of the sword, that is the symbol of Lithuanian Vytis. It also shows the power of defense, determination to defend Lithuanian freedom, and ensuring its defense. Historically, Vytis has protected Lithuania from external threats, so our center declares its support to the values of freedom and democracy. And it also helps communities and their leaders understand very clearly and precisely tough and dynamic processes and to make well-informed decisions in those processes. You may also see in this letter G a symbol of Jogaila cross or Vytis cross. And this symbol historically links Lithuania to Europe. And we also represent shared values with neighboring states, as well as our organization. And in the context of our organization, the symbol represents openness to new horizons. Our activities in combating disinformation is trying to ensure stability and security, not only in Lithuania, but also in the international area. And I will pass the floor to Linas. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for all those who were here on stage. And I'm also grateful to all the colleagues who are not on stage, but who contribute to our center every day. And now we will start with the main part of the conference. I'm very happy that we have President Gitanas Nausėda together with us today. And I'm also very happy to inform that this conference, starting from the next year, will be under the patronage of our president. So that is also a new stage. And now I would like to invite the president for his welcome address.
Excellencies, esteemed participants of the conference, 3 decades ago, we outlined 3 main directions for Lithuania's foreign policy. We agreed to pursue EU membership, NATO membership, and good neighborly relations. This became the doctrine on the basis of which the entire foreign policy of our country has been shaped almost since the restoration of Lithuania's independence. A decade on, a new, broader vision has emerged with the beginning of our membership of the European Union and NATO. It sees Lithuania as a regional leader, building on its membership of these organizations and actively developing neighborly relations. This year marks the 20th anniversary of Lithuania's membership of the European Union and NATO. On this occasion, the question naturally arises, where are we today? What have we done and what could have done better? Indeed, the anniversaries of membership of the European Union and NATO have highlighted achievements of which we can and we should be proud of. Lithuania has changed in many ways. We have taken a giant leap forward. We have become a richer, more innovative and resilient country. Lithuania's voice is increasingly heard internationally. A stronger Lithuania today is better able to take care of not only its own well-being, but also that of its neighbors and friends. When Russia attacked Ukraine, we proved that we are in solidarity and ready to lend a helping hand. We ourselves have a very concrete security guarantees today. A NATO forward presence battle group is deployed in Lithuania, as well as a rotation of US troops, as well as NATO air policing mission. We have agreed and we have already started hosting a German brigade in Lithuania. New regional defense plans and a rotational air defense model were endorsed at the NATO summit in Vilnius. The past 20 years have given us more confidence in our own powers. After a long period of stomping around, we have finally started to invest in our own security. Today, we spend more than 3% of our GDP on defense, and that is far from the limit. As I have said many times before, for Lithuania to have a fully fledged army division in 2030, 5% of GDP would be necessary on defense every year. I believe we must go further. We really can when we want to. Together, we have withstood the challenges of the coronavirus pandemic, energy security, and illegal migration. Together, I believe we will withstand future crises by uniting our efforts, strengthening our security, and securing the necessary funding. But that alone is not enough. We cannot focus all our attention on combating fires and consequences while ignoring their root causes. 2 decades ago, when we drew up the guidelines for Lithuania's new foreign policy, we stressed that security and the prosperity of our citizens are two principal objectives of the state, so closely linked that it's impossible to distinguish between the beginning and the end of a state's domestic and foreign policy. We heard that Lithuania has already solved the most important security issues by joining NATO, so we will be able to focus more on the welfare of our citizens. It's been 20 years. Have we managed to build this welfare state palace? We have been catching up with the old EU member states for the last 20 years. But have we done everything to make social and economic exclusion a thing of the past? I think that we have not done enough so far. For a long time, we have neglected not only defense funding, but also our people, especially in the regions. Today, Lithuania is still struggling with income inequality. Large disparities between regions remain a serious problem. That is why reducing exclusion must become a key objective in all areas of public life. It is the most straightforward way to strengthen our country. Growing prosperity for all the people of Lithuania must be the antidote to forces that seek to divide us and antagonize us. In our pursuit of welfare and economic prosperity, we have so far managed to preserve and defend our values. And today, this is as important for our country as growing GDP. Values help us to stay on the course and maintain the course steady in the face of all the challenges. We can see very well that it is much harder for certain Eastern European countries with a similar phase, which are still floundering, unable to decide what they really are and where they should go. Just 600 kilometers from Vilnius is Ukraine, which has been fending off attacks from Moscow horde at the gates of Europe for more than 1,000 days. The Russians and North Koreans, enabled by Chinese resources and support and covered by Iranian drones, are trying to break the Ukrainian will to resist. Today, we have the advantage of being able to play an active role in the European Union and NATO. We must continue to lead by example in increasing defense spending, consolidating the resolve of our allies, and in our efforts to help Ukraine, whose fight gives us more time to strengthen our own security. It is clear that in the medium and long term, Russia will pose the greatest military threat to our security. Moscow is already waging a hybrid war against us and other NATO countries, against our values, against democracy, against the order based on international law, without hiding. And the occasional talk of peacekeeping or peace preserving is greatly exaggerated. It is necessary to counter the real time attacks by Russia. In the face of the existential threat to Lithuania, strengthening the security and resilience of the state and deterring Russia must be a key objective of our domestic and foreign policy, because if there is no state, there is nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, today's challenges mean that we cannot focus all our attention on building our capacity. It is equally important to help and consistently support President Zelensky's victory plan and provide Ukraine with all the necessary tools for a successful defense. Ukraine's fight contributes directly to the common Euro-Atlantic security, and only Ukraine's victory over Russian imperialism will ensure a peaceful and secure Europe. And attempts to put pressure on Ukraine to negotiate on unfavorable terms, giving up its sovereignty and NATO security umbrella, run against the declared aim of peace. War can only be won if the free world unites to increase support. Fulfilling our commitments is not only our moral duty, but also a strategic security interest. As we look to the future and to possible peace talks, we must take a firm stance. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. The joint effort in Ukraine must deliver clear results on the battlefield. More long-range weapons will help destroy an aggressor's offensive capabilities on its own territory. Training troops in Ukraine or closer to its borders will increase the capacity of Ukrainian troops. Acquisitions from the Ukrainian defense industry will shorten supply chains, increase the resilience, and better equip Ukrainian troops. The transfer of frozen Russian assets to support Ukraine's defense industry will also contribute to this. Lithuania's bilateral aid to Ukraine since the start of the war has already reached 2% of GDP or 1.5 billion euros, and Lithuania plans to spend no less than 0.25% of GDP on military assistance to Ukraine each year. And I have no doubt that Lithuania's final contribution will be much larger, way larger. Today, Lithuania also strongly supports Ukraine's aspirations to join NATO. This would create a solid pillar of alliance defense in Eastern Europe, and it would resolve the issue of Europe's security architecture for decades to come. We all need a strong Europe with a strong focus on defense and security, as well as on strengthening the protection of the borders. The rapid development of the defense industry promises to bring added economic value as well. I believe that the appointment of the experienced new Vice President and High Representative of the European Commission, Kaja Kallas, as well as the appointment of the new Commissioner for Defense, Andrius Kubilius, will give a positive boost. There can be no doubt that the European Union will not be strong without a strong NATO and a strong transatlantic link that underpins our common security. The influence and leadership of the United States of America remains essential for the survival of a world order based on democratic values, security, and justice. And therefore, Lithuania's relationship with the United States has always been and will continue to be a priority of the highest strategic importance. Lithuania has been and will continue to be a supporter of strong transatlantic ties and their indispensability. And I will do my utmost to ensure that US President Donald Trump's focus on Lithuania and our region does not wane. And I have no doubt that the continued presence of the United States military in Lithuania will remain the strongest and the most credible deterrent. It is time to act. Working with the new US administration, we need to focus on a few key tasks. First, we need to ensure a strong and sustainable transatlantic ties. Contradictory signals and messages, especially about the European Union acting separately from the US, can only harm us. Secondly, we need to mobilize our full support and capabilities together with other Europeans so that we can not only confront Russia's aggression against Ukraine, but also achieve victory. America will have a key role to play here. Third, we must respond to the threat of the new emerging or of the emerging of the new axis of evil, Russia, Belarus, China, North Korea, and Iran, with strong support for the US global agenda, including in the Indo-Pacific. To meet these challenges, we need to act and not wait. Above all, this means sharing the burden fairly. We need to increase European defense spending and capabilities, to maintain flexibility in military procurement, to improve EU-NATO coordination, and to avoid duplication of efforts with the alliance. In addition, we must stress to our allies across the Atlantic that their military and other assistance to Ukraine is vital. It is important not because European support is supposedly not enough, but because we can do more with American help. In order to counterbalance the emerging axis of evil of dictatorships, we must maintain a principled position. It is essential to seek a united position of the United Union and NATO states towards China, in line with the formulation agreed at the NATO summit in Washington that China has become the key enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine. And finally, we need to work more closely with other democracies on economic and technological security. A common agenda in these areas is essential to ensure that the US continues to cooperate on trade and technology issues. Ladies and gentlemen, our ambitious goals inevitably rest on the perspective of relations with our neighbors. Only by working together and speaking with one voice we can achieve the best results. I am pleased to say that our relations with Poland, based on centuries of shared history, are the best they have been since Lithuania's independence. I trust that it will remain so. We are working together on the Three Seas Initiative and on strengthening NATO's eastern flank. We give priority to defense and security cooperation and to the further development of strategic transport and energy infrastructure projects with Poland. We aim to strengthen economic and cultural cooperation. In June of 2025, we will host the Bucharest 9 summit in Vilnius. This will be a wonderful opportunity to celebrate the 10th anniversary of this Polish-Romanian initiative by bringing together Central and Eastern European leaders in our capital. We also value the strong relations between Lithuania and other Baltic states, based on mutual respect and sincere friendship. Close relations with Riga and Tallinn provide a solid basis for further economic, cultural, and political cooperation. The format of regular meetings of the presidents of the Baltic states, which I relaunched back in 2019, also serves for this purpose. Last week in Klaipėda, we celebrated together the 10th anniversary of the LNG terminal, which allowed us to switch away from Russian gas. And very soon, in February of 2025, we will together synchronize the Baltic electricity system with the continental European grid and complete integration into the European Union electricity market. It will be crucial to ensure connectivity and military mobility as soon as possible by implementing the Rail Baltica project with Poland, Latvia, and Estonia. And in the circumstances of the Russian war in Ukraine, the importance of the north-south transport corridor has increased critically. And we warmly welcome the accession of Sweden and Finland to NATO, and we will strive to further strengthen the security of the Baltic Sea region, and we will continue our cooperation with the Baltic and Nordic countries in various areas, making greater use of the existing formats. Lithuania's strategic partnership with Germany deserves special attention, and we will pursue its practical implementation in all areas. Germany's decision to deploy a brigade in Lithuania has once again demonstrated the strength of our partnership and the credibility of Germany as a partner. And we are ready to continue to foster deep and mutually beneficial relations in the fields of defense industry, science, innovation, and culture. Unfortunately, we do not have good news about Lithuania's other two neighbors. Russia and Belarus continue to systematically subvert the rules-based international order, using their diplomatic, political, and economic leverage to influence, threaten, and oppress the free and democratic countries of the Western world, including Lithuania. Are they succeeding? Not yet. But we can see that the Euro-Atlantic community, in particular the European Union and NATO, is increasingly turning inwards and becoming confused within its internal procedures. Under the pretext of a supposed fear of further escalations, we are avoiding to create new strategic dilemmas for Russia to challenge Kremlin regime strategically. And the West's traditional sources of power and influence, that is democracy, economic power, and military capability, are increasingly constrained by our own red lines, which prevent us from taking the lead and fighting back decisively. And I can assure you that this strategic, political, and moral cowardice will look very bad in the history textbooks. Indeed, what is stopping us today from turning to the Cold War era doctrines of containment of the Soviet Union and acting together to implement them? Have we forgotten Ronald Reagan's clear messages about the evil empire and acting accordingly? It is time to remember this. It is also about restoring the military potential of the then Western allies. We have been dreaming for too long, living in a world of idealism of our own making, when we were pressing the reset buttons with Russia and wanted to see it practically part of the Western world. We were badly mistaken. Reality has turned out to bite very hard. Let us be honest. Today, some capitals are still unwilling, if not no longer able, to admit the mistakes of the past. And this is one of the reasons why we still do not have an effective strategy for containing Russia and the authoritarian regimes that support it. However, I would like to believe that we will be able to agree on this at the next year's NATO summit in The Hague. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of today's challenges, not only Lithuania, but also the entire democratic community of the West should look back to the generous, dignified, but at the same time uncompromising and unwavering legacy of Stasys Lozoraitis. More than many others, the long-serving head of the Lithuanian diplomacy grasped the significance and pragmatic importance of a values-based foreign policy. During the Soviet occupation, when the legitimate Lithuanian government was concentrated in a few surviving representations abroad, values-based policy was first and foremost a policy of survival. Today, we also see that a strong values-based policy is not a choice, but a necessity. There are increasing signs that not only the prosperity of Western civilization, but also its survival is in danger. We can only meet the growing pressure on our democratic values by maintaining support for the development of democratic processes beyond our borders. And that is why it is important that over the years, Vilnius has become a guiding star for the opposition fleeing authoritarian regimes. The dreams are cherished in our capital that Russia and Belarus will one day become liberal and democratic states. This is also an essential prerequisite for a safer future for Lithuania. I am confident that we will continue on this path to remain on the right side of history. May every country that defends democracy, freedom, and fundamental values find reliable allies and close friends in Lithuania. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to start our dialogue and our conferences about transatlantic ties, and you mentioned them in your talk. And you had a telephone conversation with the President-elect Donald Trump. You also visited Paris, where you had a chance to meet him. Of course, these are not your first meetings because you met him in your first term of office. So, what is Donald Trump like in 2024, 2025? Well, it would be irresponsible to make conclusions, deep conclusions, because this is a president-elect, and he will assume his office soon, but in the future still. I got an impression that President Donald Trump is not rushing to take decisions. He listens carefully, attentively to partners, and when he sees that there are no quick decisions or recipes, he tends to assess various alternatives and meets with a country that has been attacked brutally by Russia. So he met the president of the attacked country, and he did that in Paris. Of course, there were no decisive moments or decisions made, but understanding that war is brutal, that victims of this war are numerous from both sides. President Donald Trump understands that Ukraine cannot and has no right to give in. So the terms of negotiations have to be just, and the negotiations cannot take place without Ukraine. And since I had the possibility to have quite a long conversation with President Zelensky. So this condition was maintained, and that was the most positive message that Zelensky brought from this meeting. What aspects do you emphasize when you talk to Western leaders, not necessarily to Donald Trump, but in general, what with the United States? What Lithuania can tell to the United States? Well, I emphasize that Lithuania is not only a country that waits for this assistance of NATO. Lithuania is an active country inside domestically, because we have taken very important decisions in the State Defense Council, for example, as well as governmental decisions on that are related to a very clear perception and understanding of the threats. So we clearly know what to do, and we clearly understand that we have to increase defense spending, that we have to modernize our army, military, and that we have to implement the ambitious goals that are provided for in the Defense Council. That is to have a division, a national division by 2030, which is that would be fully functioning. And that is making a positive impression on President Trump, because it is no secret that he very often raises this question of just sharing of the burden. And recently he said if NATO partners will not take on certain financial burden, that will not be a pretext or condition for the United States to stay in the alliance. So it may sound like a pressure, but I think it's understandable that burden has to be shared in a just way. And I always emphasize that President Donald Trump efforts towards victory. Well, this victory has to be just because Ukraine is defending its freedom as well as the freedom of all of us. And Ukraine has sacrificed so much to withstand this public pressure. So we have to understand that there is a territorial integrity question. There is a question of sovereignty of Ukraine as well as membership of NATO. So today I see that uh, when it comes to negotiations, Ukraine's NATO membership will be a huge question. Yes, we can talk about territories and various formula regarding territories, but if territories will be artificially taken away and Ukraine does not get an invitation to join NATO, it will not be okay with Ukraine, which will mean that there is a temporary freezing of the conflict and the aggressor will not stop at this. And it's not going to be a deterrent for an aggressor. So Ukraine's NATO membership must be a prerequisite for the negotiations, a very important element for negotiations. So those who will be working on this issue will have to dedicate a lot of efforts to this. Let me be a bit pessimistic about this issue. NATO can declare that it has an open door policy, but today NATO has no appetite to take in Ukraine. 32 countries will not reach a consensus on Ukraine's NATO membership. Even if they did, how would they ensure the Article 5? There is a potentially alliance would potentially collapse if if Article 5 doesn't work. Yes, there are certain countries in the alliance that have a different approach to things, but we mustn't doubt the leadership of the United States. And in the past, I remember there were a lot of questions and cases when it was difficult to agree. Then the final word would be given by the United States, and it would be very constructive, and it would help us to reach the decision. In this case, I would refer to the statement by Ukraine's president that he would be willing to negotiate about freezing the conflict or territories, but with the necessary precondition that the remaining part of Ukraine is recognized and immediately becomes NATO member. So that will be the end in this conflict, and any possible future attacks by Russia would be treated as a possibility and leverage to activate Article 5. Is whether NATO is a credible organization, if that's the question, I would say definitely yes, NATO is a credible organization, and that applies to the current NATO member states, and as well as in the future when NATO is enlarged by other states, including Ukraine. What Lithuania should do so that next year in December, when we again convene for this conference, we would be able to say that, yes, we did everything we could so that Lithuania is a safer country. What would be the priorities?
First of all, we should have very clear policy in respect of Russia, and I am not satisfied with this political floating when we impose sanctions on one hand and still provide for a certain add different clauses to those sanctions. So, on the other hand, in value terms, in sanctions, we see very clear interests of Western companies, and until businesses will have such a huge impact on policy, we cannot really speak of any principled and value-based policy in the EU. We cannot speak about that at all. So the strategy to stop Russia is not only an attempt to claim revenge from those countries which were oppressed by Russia for so many years, but it is an avoidable necessity to isolate Russia and to make it feel all the consequences of its policy. Because now I don't really get this impression that Russia would be suffering because of its policies, as it was believed and as it was expected in the beginning of the war, when we said that sanctions will stop Russia, that sanctions will bring Russia's economy on its knees, and then that we will tighten the sanctions even further. But I see that in the long run, the sanctions are getting weaker, and reservations or exemptions are introduced more and more often. So we shouldn't be surprised that Russia's economy is still standing in pretty good shape. So it will be a good moment for us, a good opportunity to take different action. And we will have another meeting of B9, Bucharest 9 in Vilnius, and we will be raising those issues. We will try to draw the attention of other NATO partners to these issues. I believe that NATO organization works pretty well for us because of decision making, because of a unilateral decision making format. In Europe, we get stuck sometimes, while in NATO, that Eastern European flank of NATO, this narrative is felt pretty well, and it is implemented in very important NATO documents. Let us remember the strengthening of NATO eastern flank by putting the NATO boots on ground, by representation of NATO in this region, and by expanding it up to the brigade level. So yes, all these decisions show that we are heard and we are perceived as a true state or borderfront state, or a complex of states, borderfront states. And our interests and our voice is taken into account. We are treated as an external NATO border. If we manage to have similar impact in European decision-making, to make the needs of those states who are shaping external European policies, that would be even better. I remember President George Bush Sr. during the debate, he tried to see the time on the watch during the presidential debate, and he lost the debate. So I'm also keeping my eye on the watch, and I hope that your wishes and expectations for next year will come true. Well, the president says I'm privileged, because I don't really have to watch my time, because I may not lose or win the next election. Thank you, President. Thank you, Linas Kojala. Now, I would like to invite Chief Advisor on Security Matters by the President, and now Minister Designate for Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, Kęstutis Budrys. So come on stage, we'll have a chat. Good morning. May I remind you that you may ask questions on slido.com or entering a security conference hashtag, or simply by scanning this QR code on the screen. The Parliament will vote this week on ministers, and you will become a minister, not a minister designate. But we probably can already start our conversations by discussing certain topicalities. The EU will have to step in to stabilize the situation in Syria, but you haven't responded what this direct role of the EU will be in Syria. Well, indeed, EU is already involved in Syria's situation for a number of years, for as long as the conflict lasts, and that interference is both direct and indirect in dealing with the situation with refugees. After so many people fled Syria, they have come to the EU. Many of them are in neighboring states in Turkey. And the EU spends hundreds of billions to help maintain them. So we'll see what will happen next with those people, if they will be willing to repatriate or if they will be willing to stay. But the EU has many important tools, humanitarian, financial tools, which should give a true impact in addressing those issues, these geopolitical issues. And I don't only refer to stability in the region, but it should also help us address the institutional stability in those countries. So yes, the EU may have a play here, may have a role here. Of course, that is very complicated, and then the constellation of influences of different states, of course, that is present. We see different regional powers, but taking into account the fact that the geopolitical approach of the EU is 360, and we have a strong focus on the southern axis that is towards Africa. So if we don't deal with that, if we don't deal with the Russia's impact, so we will not be able to resolve the situation. So of course, we need to use those financial and economic tools into our power tools. What likely consequences Russia may feel or have already felt of the events in Syria? Well, the Bashar Assad's departure to Moscow already has some impact, because all this tension, which has lasted for almost 10 years, not only with the regime, but also in between different groups of militants. So it had the threat of turning into a fully fledged military conflict. So definitely that's something that we have to avoid. But I truly hope, and I would like to emphasize that I don't really believe that it only relied on the Russia's decision to step back, not to support. But what we saw on the ground, that we saw those air attacks against the forces which were moving towards the Damascus, we could see that there were too little resources. And so whether that will be taken into account, I'm not sure. But that is the interest of Lithuania, that is the interest of the EU, that Russia should not have a military airbase over there where it could implement its destructive democracy eroding activities. Ukraine. We cannot do without Ukraine. The president said that we have to continue along the line, and Trump also understands that Ukraine has no right to surrender. And we also had the idea that there are only 6 months left until the end of war in Ukraine. How do you see what is the most realistic end of the war in Ukraine? The assessment on likely end of the war hasn't changed since 2022. So there are three likely scenarios, and which one will be the real one, that only depends on Ukraine and Russia. So and it does not really refer to Ukraine alone. It also refers to Lithuania as well. So the first option that they would not have any NATO perspective, any European perspective, and would have a free space to meet corrupt and all the other interests. The other scenario is realistic guarantees that it would get from its partners, from its allies, either in bilateral terms or in multilateral terms. And we see that only United States are able to grant those guarantees for today. And the third option, which is also possible, that Ukraine, at least conventionally, would deter Russia, and that we could model this on paper. Don't ask how much it would cost, because it would be huge figures. But if we talk about certain timelines, so these are the choices. When it comes to what Lithuania says, so we have to work on NATO scenario because it's the closest one, because it is the easiest one, and it depends on our decisions. What is unacceptable, so Russia's dominance in Ukraine, both in military terms and political terms, and the third, if we fail to collect all those funds and we can dedicate more, so nobody will prove me that we can strengthen Ukrainian forces to the level that they will be able to fight back Russia's forces. So those are the scenarios. So they were in 2022, so they are still present. And if people think about 2025, let's say that we will only be fighting for 6 months and then we will be reaping the fruit, no, I'm totally skeptical about this option, because I believe there are three assumptions that are misleading, that are that there will be a ceasefire and we'll start talking. No, all the practice with Russia shows that no, there will be an escalation, and then there will be many more deaths. Another assumption is that Russia will not negotiate about Ukraine. Russia will negotiate about Americans in Europe and military infrastructure everywhere. And the third assumption is that we have some greater leverage. We don't have any greater leverage. What is different from 2022 to the situation that we have now? Now we speak more and more about decent and honest ceasefire. So how do we ensure this? Yermak, who works in the U.S. actively with the administration, has been asking this, and what we can do, what other guarantees we can ensure and extend to the Ukraine.
Guarantees would come from the countries that have the capabilities to deter Russia. So this is a difference to bilateral guarantees. For example, if countries have agreements with the EU, with the US, bilateral guarantees provide some degree of uncertainty, whereas with Russia, you have to have guarantees. You have to have points 1, 2, 3 translated into Russian and sent to Russia. So if this is the scenario, if there is aggression, the response will be like that. So we'll be tested definitely, and we will have to implement and enforce what we've planned. In 2022, we also had negotiations in the spring of that year. But if you look at the pictures of the country of geographical region, you will see completely different sentiment from that we saw in the negotiation. If we were to look at the military capacities, let's remember that in 2022's summer we were calculating ammunition, what kind of equipment the countries had, tanks, maybe ammunition, when the tanks will be available to Ukraine. We had completely different calculations. In Lithuania alone, in 2026, we'll have a new plant that will be producing ammunition and will be able to supply Ukraine. We are
planning to support Ukraine for the next year. And no matter what is the outcome of the war, the Lithuanian commitment is to support Ukraine for the next 10 years. And we believe that commitment should be extended. This is the only way to force Russia to sit at the table of negotiations. So what could be the format of securities for Ukraine without membership in NATO? Well, we can provide multilateral securities, guarantees, even without the membership in NATO. So political, military guarantees. But do we need a different organization that would provide analogous equivalent securities and guarantees to Ukraine? We have NATO. Why shouldn't we opt for the NATO solution? Simply because we have several countries within NATO who are against against Ukraine's membership, but there is room for negotiation. Yes, we should just talk to countries who are opposing Ukrainian membership, and we need just simply to have regional plans, plans based on our military capabilities. We need to commit to certain GDP numbers to increase our military capacities. But these should be actions, not talks, because Russia looks at us and sees this as bluffing. Would you support the democratic vote, that the decisions regarding membership shouldn't be voted unanimously? On certain questions and certain points, yes, I believe that we should drop the requirement of unanimous vote. For example, things are related to sanctions. In separate cases, we could drop the unanimous vote, but again, we should define what we're talking about, because the current situation reminds us postponing sanctions should not be an option. Sanctions should be painful financially. If that means that Lithuania would suffer and sanctions would not be extended, would not continue because they would require a unanimous vote, yes, then I believe that we should drop the unanimous vote. President Gitanas Nausėda already talked about the need for this foreign policy in respect of Russia and China. What kind of policy would you support in respect of China? When we look into the Middle East, into the Far East, Lithuanian foreign policy in regards to other countries has changed. Whereas policy regarding China has never changed. We believe that China changed its approach to Lithuania, and they decided to lower the level of diplomatic relations. They decided to close down their diplomatic representation here in Lithuania. Lithuania decided to deepen its relationships on maybe cultural level. Would you promote, would you encourage a change in foreign policy in regards to China? All countries want to have a channel just to maintain normal diplomatic relationships, to deal with daily issues. That's the same thing we would like to have. We want to have our diplomatic representations functioning. Yes, that would be amazing. But if that doesn't work, any other type of cooperation would be impossible. So you would want to have a deeper diplomatic and political cooperation with China. Yes, if we're talking about a properly functioning embassy in that country, yes, I would want to have that. We have questions from the audience. Some of the questions are in English, some in Lithuanian. One of the questions is, can you now tell about the members of the staff you will have as the Minister of Defense, or for Foreign Affairs, I'm sorry. Once I'm appointed as the minister, you will get the details about who is part of my team.
of foreign policy, but also in other fields of harder security community, so to say, where I have also experience. And all those times when we cannot achieve the results as the independent country, as the being in a bilateral interaction or being as the sole country in EU or NATO, it proved itself as a working format. We are like-minded countries. We are committed to Ukraine. We are committed to the security and peace in Europe. We understand what Russia's hostile activities means. We see on ourselves all the forms of the hybrid activities. So it's the best place to look for the joint solutions. Also, what's related to the future of Ukraine and of Europe. So yes, I will invest into that.
Our value policy, is it relevant in the context of Israeli and Palestine conflict? I could go deeper into the value policy, what kind of policy we have, how it was defined. Since 2025, the national security strategy includes the same values. You can call them statements, you can call them values, but we always saw security as our priority, transatlantic cooperation, democracy in the neighboring countries, human rights protection. That was always a priority, so I don't see major changes in these values. So we can say that this is our value policy, and we can use this when we fight with autocratic regimes. And when it comes to the conflict in question, yes, protection of human rights and humanitarian situation are important to us. And we definitely want to have the solutions that are sustainable in that regard. And
Not yet, and I would even doubt whether it is possible. All the worst case scenarios were played and contemplated around a year already, and we did it also in Lithuania, as every big capital, as Vilnius also did in Europe, and we see that there are no substitutes for U.S. support to Ukraine. What concerns defense equipment and weaponry, and also what concerns political support. So there are no substitutes. Whether we will be invested or whether we will, withdraw ourselves from Ukraine if something happens, I won't jump into the scenarios. No, we won't. And we understand this fight as the fight for the Europe's future. So we will be in there. Doesn't matter what the other circumstances will be then.
then a sub-question: what do we have to do to make sure that Ukraine maintains Trump's support? Let's put that everyone maintains Trump's support, because we are seeing more efforts to circumvent the sanctions. The sanctions are getting weaker. So what do we need to do to maintain Trump's support for Ukraine? We need to have clear arguments, points 1 to 3, to present them to the new administration, Trump's administration, and convince them that it's also a relevant matter for the U.S., that it is that without stable Ukraine long term, the U.S. will suffer as well. Because financially, economically, security in Ukraine would benefit the U.S. We know that revisionist countries seek that. They want to reshape the world. They want to have a new world order. So the U.S. can project its power. U.S. can support solution for Ukraine. Without the U.S. support, there is no new order. The U.S. needs Europe. Yes, Europe needs the U.S., but we are the ones in Europe who support, who enable the U.S. and its dominance in the world. So we need to focus on how dangerous Russia and China are. And besides these two countries, we have a new geopolitical context emerging. We see disturbances in Africa, in Southeastern Asia. We want to see a different world, and we want to have a world where smaller countries are protected, and that's what should matter to the U.S. So thank you very much. We had and listened to the Minister Designate of Foreign Affairs, Kęstutis Budrys.
move forward with the program, and we will now hear a panel discussion preparing for the next chapter in transatlantic relations, which is co-organized with the Atlantic Council. Chief Foreign Policy Advisor to the President of Lithuania, Stasys Lozoraitis, is with us. Weiser Family Distinguished Fellow at Atlantic Council, Daniel Fried, and the panel will be moderated by Linas Kojala. Let's welcome them all on stage by giving them a big round of applause.
In the middle, please.
Hey. Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
Well, thanks a lot. It's great to be back on stage and to have this conversation, which is hosted together with the Atlantic Council, our great friends in the United States. And it's a privilege to have two ambassadors, two very prominent diplomats and experts on transatlantic issues here to discuss the most pressing challenges with regards to the transatlantic relationship. And I'll go straight to the point. Ambassador, I'll ask you first, Ambassador Fried. Here in Lithuania, we talk a lot about the US, and the most recent conversations were not necessarily always optimistic. I'm being politically correct, I suppose. So how would you kind of encourage us to think of the next chapter in the transatlantic relationship?
I think Lithuania is already doing what it needs to do and thinking realistically about the possibilities and difficulties of working with the incoming Trump administration. I heard it from the president, heard it from the incoming foreign minister. They're thinking in the right way. Trump said, let's be honest about it. Trump said a lot of things during the campaign and before which caused a lot of Europeans and a lot of Americans to worry whether he still believes in the American grand strategy of supporting freedom and an undivided Europe and resisting Russian aggression. However, so far, the indications are that the Trump administration is not actually going to walk away from NATO. They're not actually going to give Ukraine to the Russians. General Keith Kellogg, who President Trump said he will appoint as his special envoy in Ukraine and Russia, has been giving pretty strong interviews, supportive of Ukraine's sovereignty and independence. And the discussion this morning has been about the right issues, which is how to secure Ukraine after this stage of the conflict, given that Russia has not given up its aims to conquer Ukraine completely and turn it into a satellite state. So I think what Europe needs to do, and Lithuania in particular, is show the Trump people that it is willing to carry the proper share of the burden of defense. Lithuania is increasing its defense spending. Poland is already there. These are good things. It is the French and Germans have to do more, particularly Germany. They've got political problems at the moment. The Trump people won't care. They will insist that Europe do more. But if you listen to Trump carefully, he seems to be setting us all up for a success. Europe does more, and the United States can then say, well, we saved NATO. Trump can say, I saved NATO because I forced the Europeans to do more for their own defense. So this is going to be rough, guaranteed, but it could end successfully. And I think the Europeans, I've been in Berlin, I'm going this afternoon to Warsaw, I think the Europeans are already in the proper place. And I have to say that the Lithuanian ambassador in Washington is both active and thinking very clearly about these things, which is good to see.
Great. Ambassador Lozoraitis, how do you assess the current state of Lithuania and the US relationship, and what are the priorities for the future?
Thank you, Director, for your question. Indeed, I would like to make a small historical return. Lithuania and United States of America have diplomatic relationship for more than 100 years. More than 100. We celebrated it a few years ago. The United States was one of the countries which never recognized Lithuanian occupation and annexation by the Soviet Union. We never forget it. On the contrary, in Washington, Lithuanian legation continued to function after the Second World War and during the Soviet period until we regained independence and a proper Lithuanian ambassador was installed over there in Washington. So again, those relationships are going on for decades. It's not that President Trump arrives and something suddenly happens. No, we have a huge, long history which is bound to continue. Now, Linus, if you ask about President Trump, indeed, President Nausėda had an opportunity to speak with him already after his victory. 2 times, I think, yeah, 2 times. One time it was a few weeks ago on the phone, and the other time just a few days ago in Paris. Both times President Trump said, Lithuanians, you are doing fine. You are doing very well. What did he mean? He meant our defense spending. That is indeed something that is important to President Trump. We saw it in the first term of president's tenure, that he demanded 2% of GDP from all NATO members. Unfortunately, this 2%, which was agreed in the Wales summit back in 2014, that means 10 years ago, is not yet fulfilled by all NATO members. The reality is such. Lithuania is doing 3.2% now, and next year we will do 3.5%. It's a comfortable allowance to say to President Trump, look, we are doing as much as we can because we understand that our security, first of all, is our own thing. We are ready to do it ourselves, first of all, and then ask our allies to come in. We are doing also a few things in economy. For example, President mentioned, by the way, the liquefied gas terminal, which is instrumental in our energy independence from, especially from Russian gas. So we are buying liquefied gas now in world market, and about 50% of that gas that reach Lithuania is American gas. Yeah, that's true. Again, we are very much interested in small and medium nuclear reactors that Americans are starting to produce. So there are lots of economic cooperation that's going on, that's deepening, and of course we are ready to continue. We are buying weapons from the United States. That's also true, and it's no secret about it. So our relationship is, I would say, it's more than strategic partners. It's strategic, something that for us, for Lithuanians, is inevitable, because in our understanding, without America, we will never be safe. This is something that we try to explain also to our European partners, because Europeans sometimes they think, oh, okay, but we can survive on our own. No. At the moment, in security and defense terms, European Union cannot survive on its own. Why? Because European Union does not have a strategic deterrent. Strategic deterrent is with the United States and with NATO.
Thank you. Ambassador Fried, we have a new edition of Lithuanian Foreign Policy Review, where you published an article on the sanctions and the impact of sanctions on Russian economy. And I encourage everyone who are here to take a look at the journal as well as find it online. So my question is whether we can expect the next administration to be as forceful, at least, as the current one in implementing the sanctions, or maybe even expanding them further, because it seems to be, not an exhausted resource yet.
First, I agree with everything the minister said. Okay, she's spot on right. That is exactly the right way to approach Trump. Lithuania is doing its part. And by the way, our energy security is good business for you. Spot on.
Thank you, Ambassador.
I'm actually more interested at the moment on what the Biden administration is going to do with sanctions on its way out the door. They hit Gazprom Bank about time, and I believe that the Biden people are preparing one last set of sanctions on Russia. I hope so. And the Trump people, they may be notifying the Trump people, and I think the Trump people will be prepared to increase sanctions, especially if the Russians continue to be arrogant enough to spurn all of the Trump's suggestions about a diplomatic settlement in Ukraine. The Ukrainians have accepted what Trump is doing in general terms. The Russians have rejected it, saying, no, we demand surrender as a precondition for talks. If that is the Russian position, then the Trump people might react by trying to increase the leverage over Russia, and that means, among other things, increasing sanctions. Now, in sanctions, as in many other things, follow the money. What is Russia's biggest export earner? Oil. Is the enforcement of the Russian oil price cap sufficient? No. Is there more we could do? Yes. And that is going to mean more pressure on Russia. It also is going to mean good business for the United States. The Trump people want to increase U.S. production of oil and gas and sales of oil and gas. And if you explain to the Trump people that there's an opportunity to take Russia's market share permanently, because it's good business and better security for everybody, they might be quite interested in that. So there is more the United States could do. Now, I don't know that this will be the case. The Russians at some point may decide to do some deal on Ukraine. If so, they will almost certainly insist that we lift sanctions. But the Trump people will still be interested in energy security and U.S. market shares of European and other imports of Russian oil and gas. So I think it is more likely than not that the Trump people will continue sanctions. Not necessarily, but a very reasonable possibility.
Ambassador?
I can just add that the US and European Union coordinate quite well on sanctions towards Russia. Sometimes we Europeans are encouraged by what you are doing and try to align. Sometimes we Europeans offer you something that US aligns. Now I think at the moment the burning issue is not just sanctions on Russian frozen assets, but also the ability to use these frozen assets to Ukraine's reconstruction, and this is a big thing.
I'm starting with the questions from the audience. A very blunt one. Should Europe prepare for possible US troop drawdown in the region?
Well, it depends on what you mean by prepare. If prepare means that Europe has to develop on an urgent basis greater military capacity, the answer is yes. But Europe needs that in either case. The fact is, we all, and this includes the United States, need to increase our military industrial capacity. We have learned the hard way that we don't have the capacity to replenish equipment if it is used up in a major war. So let's take this seriously. And Europe needs to develop more combat power and the ability to deploy it. The Poles, Lithuanians, Finns, others have been developing this capacity for some time. Germany needs to step up and do more. And they know this. Minister Pistorius knows this. German politics is complicated, Alternative for Deutschland and all of the rest of it. That can be a problem. But Europe needs to do more. Trump is setting himself up to be able to say that I, Donald J. Trump, saved NATO by forcing the feckless Europeans to take more responsibility for their own defense, which, by the way, has been a U.S. complaint about Europe since the Eisenhower administration, and Trump because of his own style, and even more because the Europeans are waking up to a genuine threat from Russia. Well, Lithuania has always been awake, but I mean the West Europeans. That time may have come.
Ambassador, we have a persistent US presence in Lithuania. Shall we expect it to continue quite indefinitely, possibly?
Of course, of course. There is no other answer. Yes, yes, sure. Sure, but what I'd like to add, to Ambassador Fried's comment, defense spending by all allies, by European allies included, was a thing that President Trump in his first tenure was very much conscious about. I'm sure he will do the same in his second term. Maybe 2% will be not enough. Maybe he will ask, as Lithuanians are asking, let's do 3 and more percent of GDP to defense. And this is okay with us. We agree to that. We think that European countries as such should devote more to defense and should spend more on defense and security. It's our own defense and security. So here there is no juxtaposition. There's the affinity of thinking in this respect.
Let me just say, Lithuania has been right about Russia consistently. And now what has changed is that the Germans know that Lithuania was right about Russia. And let's be honest, the West Europeans often accused the Poles, Lithuanians, Estonians, Latvians, Romanians, others of being prisoners of history, over-emotional, Russophobes, and obsessed with the past. No, it turns out you all were right all along. And the fact is, the Germans now know this. The German intelligence agency has stated publicly that Russian sabotage is real and growing. No need for any American to tell any Lithuanians this. But that is changing the politics in Europe behind defense spending. And the moment is right to do this kind of a grand bargain with the Americans. The grand bargain is we Europeans will do more for our own defense. America will stick with us, and we will deal with the Russian threat, and we Europeans will help the Americans, especially on the economic side of dealing with China's exploitation of the world economic system. I'm speaking in rough terms, but the first 6 months of the Trump administration, when the Poles are in the presidency of the EU, is a good time to sketch this out. And the Lithuanians can play part of this because you were right. The Europeans in general know you were right, and the moment is right to push ahead in this direction.
A very specific question for you, Ambassador Fried. What can we expect from Donald Trump with regards to China, and what could be the impact of that policy on Europe?
There are a lot of people in Trump world, and I think the new administration will tend to be rather hawkish about China. There is a debate within Trump world about the importance of defending Taiwan. Okay, there are different views. On the economic side, there is certainly a strong view that China has gotten away with exploiting the international economic system, and that has taken away a lot of American jobs, taken away a lot of European jobs, and we need to work together. The question will be, will Trump prioritize working to blunt the damage China is doing to us all, that he will therefore turn to Europe as a natural partner? I think he should. But there are others who are more prone to go after all of the issues at once, to push against China, to push against Europe. In a recent interview, I think 3 days ago, Trump, today's Tuesday, so only 2 days ago.
Yeah, meet the press.
Trump talked about Europe not treating the United States fairly on trade, meaning the restrictions on imports of agricultural products because of the common agricultural policy. And he said this this and other European protectionist measures have to change. Now, there is a basis for thinking that America and the EU can cooperate in certain sectors of economically, and I think Trump is aiming to do that. It's not free trade agreements, it's certain kind of sectoral cooperation, and Europe will have to help us working against Chinese exploitation of various trade issues. So this is a tremendous amount of work ahead. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible. Anyway, that's a long, and I apologize for that, a long answer, but you can see the sketch of a Trump approach coming into view.
Ambassador Skirita, is it a problem for us in the region that the US is clearly refocusing its attention to the Indo-Pacific in the long term? Is it an issue for Europeans?
Well, Europeans are willing to keep Americans in Europe. That's definitely clear. But we understand that the United States as a global power, it has to share its attention to all hot spots. And yes, there are hot spots in the Pacific as well. How can we help? By the way, we also reshuffled lately our foreign policy, putting more attention to Indo-Pacific region and establishing diplomatic representations over there to be present and to be ready to assist if needed. So again, this is a major shift in Lithuanian foreign policy. By the way, Linas, in your expertise, in your research, you're also focusing more on Indo-Pacific. So this is a change that we accept. We think that we can be part of it. Nevertheless, it's our vital interest, existential interest, that Americans remain in Europe and in Lithuania.
And my last question, your geopolitical wish for 2025, Ambassador Fried.
All of our problems get a little better if Russia loses in Ukraine.
For sure.
Ukraine's victory, of course.
There's a consensus on this. Thanks a lot for this conversation and the Atlantic Council for the partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ukraine's victory as a wish has geopolitical consensus. Lithuania has been right about Russia consistently. The Germans know this now, as has been said, and the moment is right to push this knowledge in the right direction. Dabar mes turėsim dar vieną diskusiją.
Now we'll have another discussion before lunch, panel discussion. We're going to talk about roughly trends of Russia's war in Ukraine. We'll be talking about a sober assessment of Russia's war in Ukraine. And this is the title of our second panel discussion. And I want to invite to the stage Michael Kaufman, Senior Fellow Carnegie Endowment,
an independent defense analyst focusing on Russia and Belarus, Konrad Muzika, and the panel will be moderated by the policy analyst at Geopolitics and Security Study Center, Adam Roževič. Let's welcome them all on stage now. Thank you.
There, and I'll be by you, Minister.
Hello. Thank you very much for being here. Probably without any longer introduction from my side, today we'll be talking about a very important topic, a topic of great relevance to Lithuania, to our region, and globally. I will structure the discussion very simply. 5 minutes of your introductory remarks, then a few questions from my side, and then we'll take questions from Slido. So audience, please don't forget to write your questions to the chat. So let's dive into it. Maybe we can start with Konrad. The question is the same for everybody. What is the current status quo in Ukraine? What are we seeing? What can we expect in 2025?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be here. It's my first time in Vilnius on this conference, and I'm very happy to share my thoughts about the status of the war in Ukraine. And the status is such that Russia has been conducting offensive operations since September, October last year, so it's more than a year that they've been constantly trying to push on different avenues, trying to expand and extend their territorial gains, while for the first good few months the progress has been relatively slow. We've seen that for the past 3-4 months, the territorial gains that they've been making have been increasingly larger. The primary reason for this change, well, there are two actually primary reasons. The first one is the introduction of guided bombs, or maybe not so guided in absolute terms, but we are looking at a significant increase in the precision strike capability on the Russian side, especially when it comes to air-droppable bombs. And me and Mike and a couple of our colleagues go to Ukraine every few months. And while we were talking to one of the troops, one of the Ukrainian soldiers near Bakhmut at the start of the year, they told us that Russians dropped 100 cabs on their positions, and not a single bomb actually landed on Ukrainian troops' positions. Now we are seeing a situation where when Russians drop 4 cabs, they can actually land specifically where they are supposed to land. So the introduction of cabs is not only degrading Ukrainian capacity to fight, but they also have a big moral impact on the Ukrainian willingness to fight. And Russians continue to employ a very heavy amount, a very large amount of these bombs. And when you couple that with the constant probing of infantry onto Ukrainian positions, constant attacks, essentially previously they used to happen twice a day. Now they happen essentially every day, every few hours. Russians attempt to encroach onto Ukrainian positions. So this is how Russia attempts largely to wage the war right now. But on the other hand, and that's going to be the biggest, I think, elephant in the room, which is the Ukrainian manpower issue and their training and the capacity to train forces. So I'm going to start with training, and I'll try to be very brief. A few days ago, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense published a large article which highlighted various issues that Ukrainians have with training, and to sum up, they realized that the training that currently mobilized Ukrainian troops receive is simply inadequate. Although the training is supposed to last 4 weeks, in reality, troops get only a few days of training, and they fire a very few rounds during this training. Essentially, this will not prepare them for the situations that they are going to face on the battlefield. So now they are in the process of revamping their training, which hopefully in the short to medium term is going to have a positive impact on the morale and the combat effectiveness of Ukrainian troops. And it will prevent them from deserting their positions, because the desertion rate is also quite high. That's official statistics. 60,000 males have been absent without leave this year, which is quite a substantial number. And obviously the part of the reason is because they don't have a training, they don't really know what to do, there are problems with command and control, and so on and so forth. So, hopefully these issues will be addressed over the coming months, and Ukraine will be in some sort of position to stall Russians, but at the same time, the numbers of Ukrainian troops that are being mobilized each month are simply too low to meet the current requirements of the battlefield. Because the situation is that if Russia is able to replace one dead soldier for another one, Ukraine is not in a position to replace their losses one-to-one. And that's the trajectory that Ukraine has been on for a very long time. And without addressing essentially the manpower issue, we cannot talk about the stabilization of the front line in Ukraine. And I will not even talk about the conduct of any effective offensive operations in the medium to long term.
Mike?
Well, I guess trying to think, what can I add to Conrad's description of the current situation? I had hoped, going back to the summer, that we would be in a much better place at this point in the war than we are. To be honest, things were very difficult earlier this winter. And it looked like with the passing of the supplemental, with Ukraine's changes to mobilization laws, that things were starting to improve over the course of the summer, and Ukraine would be able to hold Russia to incremental gains this year, stabilize the front line. I mean, based on what I've seen in recent weeks and over the past month, I think unfortunately that's not really the case. Okay, as Conrad described, the leading issue is manpower. We've addressed the asymmetry in fires and ammunition in Ukraine, and probably for the first time in this war, Russia does not enjoy a significant fires advantage along the front, either in artillery or in drones. Yes, they still have the advantage of use of air power and glide bombs, but if you think about the big picture issues over the last 2.5 years, we were constantly dealing with Russian fires, artillery advantage, or drones advantage, issues of that nature. So today the situation, frankly, is fragile. No, it's not catastrophic. No, the front is not imploding, but it is trending negatively. And without adjustments, without force correction, both in Ukraine's approach to force generation, force management, right, training, and a better alignment of strategy with us, I had hoped that the Kursk offensive, whatever you may think of it as a gambit, would prompt a discussion and a realignment of strategy between the United States, between Ukraine's Western partners, and Kyiv on a new approach. And to be honest, I haven't really seen that happen, and hopefully it will take place under the incoming administration. The Russian military has its own constraints. They've had several very bloody months in terms of their losses. They are also operating under significant equipment constraints. But presently, they are able to still generate on a monthly basis a fairly significant number of newly contracted men, towards 30,000. And as Conrad suggested, the problem is that Russia is maybe not replacing its losses one for one, but nonetheless, it is regenerating forces, and Ukraine is not able to do the same. If we look out into 2025, because a big part of our question is what are expectations? There's a couple things we don't know yet. First, what will be the impact of Russia's critical infrastructure strike campaign? We don't know this because we don't know how many missiles Russia has yet in reserve to attack Ukraine this winter, and we also don't know how cold this winter is going to be, okay? This is the first issue, because we tend to focus on the front line, but we forget that a lot of the damage being done behind the scenes is by Russian strikes against Ukrainian infrastructure. And power generation is a major issue over the course of this winter, and we don't quite know how that's going to play out. I'm a bit more optimistic on that front than I am about what's actually happening at the front line. The second issue is, of course, we don't know what the course of some of the future battles will be, but it is clear that the front in Ukraine's east, particularly south and around Pokrovsk, has been unstable for some time. And that to some extent, Ukraine's defensive effort is struggling from cohesion because of a lack of manpower and steady fragmentation of the forces being involved in defense. And the big question is how to stabilize that, and I think one of the biggest challenges that Ukraine has to deal with is to stabilize the manpower situation because there's no way to stabilize the front. The amount of infantry available is just too low, and compensating for a lack of infantry with drones, which is the main force multiplier, is effective, but ultimately not a sustainable strategy. If we look out into the next couple of months, what I'll say is that I think Ukraine and the United States, speaking somebody from Washington, D.C., and European partners still retain the opportunity to stabilize the situation, and the options are there to steadily exhaust Russian offensive potential and to buy Ukraine sufficient time. The challenge we have right now is if you look at all the Russian constraints, they're going to be much more consequential for the Russian war effort more in the second half of 2025. This is a very rough estimate, right? Military analysis is not fortune telling. It's very hard to kind of predict or read cards to say when things are going to happen. And the big question is, how can we effectively extend Ukraine's timeline such that Russia is not in a position of decisive advantage by such time and is not able to negotiate from a position of strength, but rather it is the opposite that is true. There's Ukraine and the United States and Ukraine's partners that are able to attain war termination on favorable terms.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you very much. So first of all, 10th conference, fantastic. I was the initiator of this conference. Linas recognized probably, you know, where we started. So congratulations to the center, you know, and a new name. I think it's a good choice. Good choice. So moving forward, Linas, thank you very much for everything. So I will not repeat. I think it's best experts, best analysis. I will talk a little bit more on what we are doing, how to fit to the main topics and needs of Ukraine. So, you know, during my 7 months of ministerial job, you know, I met several times with Minister Umerov, you know, and the biggest question, how we can, you know, accelerate some processes in some areas. So now there are 4 main priorities for Ukraine. So, of course, artillery ammunition. And here I absolutely agree. If a year ago we have firepower balance 1-10, 1-8, 1-7, now it's 1-2. So it's not bad here, yes, but still it's badly needed. Then different types of air defense, from short range, medium range, long range. Here we have, as a Western community, lack of this capability. It's most critical capability in Ukraine, but also in the whole alliance, and it's a big headache how to accelerate all the you know, our industrial base. Absolutely, I want to thank Germany for what we are doing for air defense in Ukraine, giving them 1/4 of their own capabilities of Patriot systems to Ukraine is a big thing. Now IRIS-T is going, you know, to Ukraine, but the need of Ukraine is still much more bigger. So it's of course air defense. When we are talking about 14 new Ukrainian brigades, so it's about manpower. You know, I agree absolutely. It's the biggest weak point now, and Ukraine is requesting for 14 brigades ammunition, you know, training, equipment. So every brigade has 49 items what we need for the equipment, and now we are thinking how to plug in with our capabilities for, you know, at least taking one Nordic-Baltic brigade, I would say, the Ukrainian Nordic-Baltic brigade, as French is doing, as Germany is starting to do, you know, and then how to help here Ukrainians for equipping and training their brigades. So this is, I would say, a crucial point. And a fourth topic is Ukrainian industrial base. And here, for me, is the biggest question mark. What really they, you know, can already produce? They can, and absolutely, it's the best way to go on this, you know, sovereignty of Ukraine. Just putting the money into the defense of Ukrainians, and, you know, accelerating it. If they will, you know, they already can produce artillery, they can produce long strike capabilities, you know, different types, you know, different quality, but it already works. So I think we can do a lot of in this direction, as Denmark doing, you know, Denmark investing a lot of millions into the Ukrainian industrial base, and I probably will see the results. And we also doing the same. Lithuania invested 10 millions of euros into the long strike capabilities for Ukraine, you know, industrial base, trying to accelerate the production. So this is the top 4 priorities what Ukraine needs now, and, you know, it depends how it goes. Of course, the problem for Western support now is, of course, now everybody's looking, you know, into you know, another side of Atlantic, and waiting for decisions, I would say, of Trump administration. It's creates uncertain situation for, you know, for many future projects. So this is, I would say, the biggest X factor now.
Thank you. Konrad, you already mentioned the issues surrounding the state of manpower in Ukraine. But my question would be, what is the situation with, on the Russian side, especially with manpower? And I'm leaning towards the decision to have North Koreans, to have this deal with North Korea and bring them up to near the battle lines, because as far as I know, we haven't seen them in combat. So could you comment on that?
Yes, so we haven't seen any North Koreans being involved in combat yet, although there have been some Ukrainian, I think, maybe attempts to portray the situation as if they have already been employed in combat, but I haven't seen much evidence to confirm these claims. And I would really consider this development more as a Russian attempt to try to get more Ukrainian forces into Kursk, because Ukraine first priority, I think now, is to maintain their presence in Kursk and try to leverage this presence during future negotiations with Russia. The bottom side of this equation is that it is drawing a lot of resources from other parts of the front. So the deterioration of the situation in southern Donetsk is most likely linked to what is happening in Kursk. I'm not criticizing that, but obviously we are talking about strategy. Different strategies have different choices, and that's the choice that Ukraine made, and that's fine, okay? But it is going to have consequences. Now, the Russian manpower situation is that we continue to see constant Russian infantry attacks in the Donetsk area in particular. Ukrainians are very much concerned about the Russian buildup of their forces in Zaporizhia. We have confirmed the deployment of new and partly rebuilt airborne forces, divisions, into southern Zaporizhia, near the front line. So this is also going to draw some, or has already drawn, in fact, some Ukrainian forces from other parts of the front. So essentially what Russians are doing, they are spreading Ukrainians thin. Ukrainians are very thin on manpower, as I stated, but what the Russians are doing, they are trying to create new dilemmas for the Ukrainians, regardless whether Russians are actually going to conduct any offensive operations in other parts of the front, but the increased presence of their forces in some parts of the front will have to necessitate a robust Ukrainian answer and redeployment of forces, which they do not have. Now, I don't want to say that the Russian well, it doesn't have a bottom, because essentially what we are seeing is that they continue to recruit, mobilize 20 to 30,000 men a month, and they have been doing that for the past 2 years. So it's really a big number, and that yes, there have been some decreases in recruitment. Yes, they have increased the bonuses that are being paid to encourage Russians to actually go to Ukraine and fight, but despite of that, they just continue to get 30,000 men. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. What about you? But I really don't know where the end is, and how much longer they can actually sustain getting 20 to 30,000 men a month into Ukraine. Part of the kind of problem is that when Russians go to Ukraine, they don't really know what they are getting themselves into, because they don't have access to information. They are being told that they will be deployed in the rear. There are going to be logisticians, drivers, and so on and so forth. They get very little training, and then, long and behold, they find themselves on the front line. And I think the average kind of lifespan of a Russian infantry personnel is a few weeks, really. Okay, but obviously the part of the problem is they don't know what the situation in Ukraine is and what's the intensity of fighting in Ukraine. So the West maybe can do more to conduct some social media campaigns across Telegram primarily to show Russians, what really the fighting is all about in Ukraine, and it's incredibly bloody fight.
Thank you. Michael, you have been one of the most prominent experts during the war. You were commenting since the very beginning. You have been to Ukraine multiple times. But from your feeling, do you think that we are nearing the point where we will see some kind of negotiations? Will it happen in near future?
Honestly, probably not. I know there's a lot of people that think something's going to happen on January 20th when the Trump administration comes in. And my first instinct is that nothing is going to happen. Because first, there isn't a clear theory of how to get Russia to the negotiating table. Russia has no interest in negotiating. They think that they're winning the war as it's going now. Second, in order to get them to the negotiating table, you have to first disabuse them of that notion. That will require stabilizing the front to an extent. It will involve significant threats of sanctions and secondary sanctions. And it will involve expanding a compellence campaign involving strike capabilities. Ukraine increasingly is able to produce its own strike capabilities and is going to be far less dependent on us come next year in doing this. It will be a combination of these things, and it will take time. There isn't, to me, any obvious reason for why Russians are going to come to the negotiating table on January 20th, because they think that fighting is a better alternative for them. And secondarily, if there are negotiations of any kind, something in the way of, let's say, envoy diplomacy, I would be just as worried, because more than likely they will attempt to tie us up and tie up Western partners in a host of negotiations for months, which they've been effective in doing in the past, while still continuing to try to make gains on the battlefield. And the Russian rate of gain, as Conrad said, has been increasing every month on month, right? So unfortunately, a big part of the answer has to be found on the actual battlefield itself right now. And I feel bad because as a military analyst, of course, sometimes you feel like a hammer that's always talking about nails, right? But if you want to get to negotiations, and especially if you want to get to negotiations on some kind of favorable terms, because Russians have been happy to negotiate our and Ukraine's capitulation. That's the part they're interested in talking about. So unless you want to have a conversation on something other than that, then the dynamic in the war has to change.
Minister, you mentioned the U.S. You have just completed your tenure as a Minister of National Defense, and you have been in touch
Still
with...
2 days.
Oh, excuse me, my bad, my bad. Excuse me, sorry. You have been in contact with many European partners, and what is the mood in European capitals especially regarding the U.S. aid to Ukraine and the unknown variable of the administration that we still don't know who exactly will take most senior positions?
I think the biggest problem is what we are always in Europe looking what America will do, and calculate our actions according to it, It's happening, But if you look at the Nordic group, I would say, which is quite broader, it's the Nordics, Baltics, Netherlands, Germany, we are doing quite well, supporting Ukraine. What I talked with Swedish minister, what is Denmark doing with Ukrainian industrial base. I think it's a role model what all, Western countries could do. So my idea is, of course, Trump administration is a X factor now, and we will see how it happens. I also just back from a Reagan conference yesterday, and we tried also to approach people who will be or close to Trump, to America first, philosophy and decision making, and my feeling is like it will be all very good or very bad. It's depends on the person with whom you are talking, because when we talked with some probably future advisors of Trump, several months before on this possible peace plan on Ukraine, it was you have a feeling that maybe 2-3 steps they like a we try to evaluate, but not a fourth, not a fifth, and not a sixth. You know, with Russia to have a peace plan is quite difficult. You know, if Russia maybe stops for temporarily, you know, conventional attacks or like ground attacks, but they will continue, you know, missile attacks or diversion sabotages. How you will consider this? Plan is it you know is it break plan which is done or still can exist or for example how you guarantee the Ukrainian Kiev-controlled Ukrainian territory security, if not NATO, so the troops or weaponry, many things which, still do not enough evaluated, especially knowing with whom you have trying to have a deal, So the idea, okay, making the deal is a good philosophy, but we need to have a good deal, good deal in Trump terms. What does it mean? First of all, you need to make Ukraine stronger before the negotiations. So if you look at the plan, there is a supply of weaponry, so it should go first. If it goes first and Ukraine becomes stronger, maybe we can start to talk about some kind of negotiations, which will be not only about on Russia-based conditions. But it's still a mixed feeling. So our philosophy is not just to you bothering ourselves about what's happening, but to do what we can do, investing into Ukraine, and this idea of industrial base of Ukraine. For me, it's a biggest question mark. How we're capable? If we could be capable, even be autonomous in fighting at some kind of level, so it's already a thing which is a big leverage of Ukraine, So that's why we can accelerate this investment and try to accelerate this the industrial base of Ukraine.
Mike?
Yeah, I just had kind of a one finger on that. I think the most interesting negotiation, the first one that needs to take place, is between the United States and European allies about what are we willing to offer Ukraine. Because Ukraine's principal concern is whatever deal they make with Russia, good deal, not a good deal, whatever it is, isn't going to be worth the paper it's written on, and all it's going to do is buy us every armament period and a third war. In fact, I'll be perfectly honest, I'm pessimistic, and I think a third war is quite likely because to me, it's deeply unlikely that how this war ends in a ceasefire armistice will resolve the political issues that led to the war, or it will somehow change Russia's desire to subjugate or destroy Ukraine. I'm just very skeptical on that score, right? So then comes the question of what kind of security guarantees can Ukraine expect to attain in order to deter a third war, right? And here we get to the crux of the negotiation that needs to be had first between the United States and Europeans. Who will be providing the security guarantees? What will they look like? Will they be principally European, or will they be under some other framework that involves the United States? Everyone knows Ukraine wants an invitation to NATO. I will not speculate on what Trump administration is going to do, because I try to reserve myself from playing the commentator role. But nonetheless, this is one of the most important issues. And the second question is, what can the Europeans potentially do without the United States? And I mean, my own personal view on that is not as much as I wish they could. Let's put it that way, and let's put it politely.
Thanks. We'll get to the questions on Slido, and we have one very concrete question. And Konrad, do you think it's possible to defeat Russia on the ground in 2025?
Okay, you have to first define what defeat means. Okay.
Whatever it means.
It's such an open question.
Sorry.
One of the biggest truths about this war is that you can have all the F-16s in the world, you can have all the ATACMS in the world, but if you are not going to have infantry on the ground who's going to capture and maintain your presence in a city, then F-16s and ATACMS are not going to make a difference. Okay, so to see Ukraine conduct viable, effective combat operations, first and foremost, it needs to have capable infantry And to that, you are going to add various enablers, drones, electronic warfare, which Ukrainians have one of the best in the world, no doubt about that. Then you are going to add ATACMS, GMLRS, F-16s, and so on and so forth. So when you are going to have the entire system is going to be trained and ready to fight, then it's going to produce results. But at the core of the system are the people, and if there are deficiencies within the people, the command and control and so on, then the entire system will simply not work.
Mike, could you expand on Kursk? Is it net positive or net negative? And what will be its impact in medium term?
It's a good question. So I thought Kursk was fundamentally a gambit. It was a tactical success as an operation. Did it lead to the sort of results that Ukraine had hoped, that more at the kind of operational strategic level? The strategic level, no, not really. And the US changed policy on ATACMS primarily because of Russian introduction and involvement of North Korea in the war, in an effort to try to avert an expansion of North Korea's involvement. Because folks need to appreciate that while we haven't even seen North Korean soldiers directly fighting yet, North Korea's involvement, if not checked, could grow considerably. And that could make significant impacts on some of our assumptions and calculations on how the war would go in the coming months. But let's focus on potential operational effects, right? So the Ukrainian hope was that the incursion to Kursk would force Russia to divert a lot of troops from Donetsk and the main axis of Donetsk, right? Pokrovsk, Toretsk, Chasiv Yar, what have you. And then it would lead Russia to launch a large-scale counterattack and essentially fixate them on retaking their own territory. Russia did pull forces from Zaporizhia, from Kharkiv. It pulled a few units that could have been used on the Pokrovsk axis for sure, and likely built up around 50,000 troops to counter maybe 30,000 Ukrainian troops there. However, it did not lead to a slowdown of the momentum or the offensive operations. It didn't lead to the large-scale redeployment they had hoped. It did force Russia to deploy naval infantry and airborne, which were higher quality troops, and it did force Russia to concentrate glide bomb strikes on Kursk. That is fair. But in general, we've only seen the Russian offensive momentum accelerate since the beginning of Kursk operation on August 6th. And it pulled some of Ukraine's best units, air assault brigades, assault battalions, and what have you, into Kursk, and maybe around 30,000 troops, roughly speaking, overall involved in it, right, that have been diverted there, and it expanded the frontage that Ukraine had to hold. So there are pluses and there are minuses, right, in how I assess it. I think, and this is not a cop-out, but to be honest, I think it is a little too early to judge what the net effect of Kursk will be, because we have to see how Kursk ends. It helps a little bit to see how these things will progress, right? The story's not written yet. In general, though, I think that while Kursk offered a boost to morale, and it helped change the somewhat gloomy narrative in the summer for a bit, it frankly only changed it for a couple weeks, okay? And you all know that. It's clear that the war is on a negative trajectory, and that the overall, the net operational and strategic impact of Kursk wasn't really there. So I kind of list it as a tactical success. And it showed that Ukrainian forces had evolved and had learned quite a bit from the failed summer 2023 offensive in terms of how I saw them employ their forces there. So I'll put it at that. But again, you have to keep an open mind, right? Kursk is not done as an operation. We don't know how it ends at this point. We don't know what the Russian main counteroffensive against Kursk with North Korean troops will look like. That's still yet to come.
Okay. One member of our audience is curious on the economic situation of Russian Federation right now. Minister, could you please just, what is the outline? Because we saw some interesting things with ruble hitting its record lows, but can they manage still with this current sanction regime to produce what they're producing and even more maybe?
Now I will have more time to analyze, Russian economy. But my idea, which I think we also should have in mind, when you are on the war stage economy, it's very difficult to get to the normal civil economy because it can be a big crisis. I do not overestimate crisis in Russian society potential to go to a revolutionary protests, because I do not believe, sorry for that, in bottom-up processes in Russia because of history from generation to generation. But it's still a dilemma for the elite, for a regime. If you are in the war stage economy, it means you can keep it. Authoritarian countries, especially such kind of countries, can keep it for long. And our criteria, of common sense criteria, do not apply, cannot be applied to Russia. You always will need some existential external threat for keeping that kind of economy. So it means the war, continuation of the war in Ukraine, somewhere else, is like automatically incalculated. We always will need some external threat for keeping that kind of stage in economy. So this is the philosophical problem, the non-ending war, more or less intensive or what kind of thing, different types of, but keeping the war all the time. That's why the prospects for us dealing with Russia, it's quite difficult, because of that. Because we will need all the time some external threat, which is not in their philosophy, but also now integrated in the war stage economy idea. We should think about that also very, very, very carefully.
Mike, what is your take on Russian economy and its state right now?
Okay, I'll add briefly. First of all, I'm not an economist, okay? So take anything I say with a grain of salt. I think that if you look at the current state of the Russian economy, they have some pretty significant issues that they are running the economy essentially as something like a person running on steroids. It's an analogy that some of my colleagues also like to use. And the truth is that they're going to have pretty big problems in probably the latter part of 2025 or at latest, most likely 2026. But I don't think the economy is going to be as big a constraint on the war effort soon enough as we would like it to be. What are the big issues in the Russian economy? Inflation, the economy is overheating. Second, huge deficit of skilled labor and low labor productivity. And they are spending immense amounts of money to replace losses in combat and to also hire people for defense industrial production, which means that as long as the state is spending this amount of money on the war, they cannot address the inflation issue. This is why the central bank has raised the stake to 21% and it's probably going to go even higher. But they can't sustain that for very long because anyone understands if the base rate is 21%, then it's going to have potentially very significant negative effects on the economy as well. So from a standpoint of macroeconomic stability, they're burning through their liquid reserves and they're having serious financing issues. They will at least have serious financing issues down the line if they keep going like this. All this is to say that, look, where Russia currently is, and I can't predict the price of oil for the next year either. If you can, congratulations. I can't. Where it is, and without necessarily knowing what the impact of additional secondary sanctions will be, we have yet to see what Biden administration's packages will look like, or Trump administration packages, for that matter. Russia is not nearly as well positioned in this war as it looks. And they're certainly not positioned to be making the maximalist demands. And if they are not winning the war decisively by mid-2025, they're actually in trouble. And if it's not the material constraints in terms of equipment and manpower, then certainly the economic constraints and the issues that loom for them and the increasing instability and the challenge that they will have in handling, balancing all these issues, they will really come to shape decision-making, I suspect, by latter part of 2025. Now, could be wrong on that. Again, Putin has consistently showed that he's been willing to sacrifice most things in order to sustain the war in Ukraine. But macroeconomic stability in this picture is something they take very seriously there. And to be very frank, the only reason Russia is still in this war, at the end of the day, I'm going to be a bit blasé about this, it's not even so much Russian combat performance, it's the performance of Russian central bank and Ministry of Finance. Okay? And if it wasn't for how the Russian Central Bank and Ministry of Finance handled the shocks, the sanctions, and all the economic issues, Russia would have been out of this war a lot sooner.
Thank you. The very last question for Konrad from our audience. For 2 years, headlines claim Russia is running out of armor, and with less than 50% remaining. T-55 tanks deployment, etc. What's the real situation with Russian armor right now?
Wait, is it for Konrad?
It's for Konrad, sorry. Yeah.
Do you want to take it? No.
It's the last question, I promise.
The situation with armor is that Russia produces between 150 to 200 T-90Ms. These are newly built tanks every year, okay? And if you compare that, how many tanks are produced each year in Europe by Germany, the only manufacturer of tanks in Europe, is it 30, 40? So yes, the rate of losses that Russia is currently sustaining in Ukraine is not sustainable over the long term, hence the withdrawal of T-55s, T-64s, and what have you. But they will slowly rebuild some of that capacity. The battlefield in Ukraine is that on a tactical issue, it is on a tactical level, it is transparent. Okay, so if you are going to use tanks or infantry fighting vehicles, APCs, any equipment, the likelihood that it's going to be destroyed relatively quickly is incredibly high. So what Russians tend to do is they tend to, if they do conduct a armored assault, then after the armor is destroyed, they just continue to pour people, and they keep the armor on the back, and they use it for indirect fire or what have you. As long as Ukrainian drones are flying across the battlefield in incredibly high numbers to conduct not only reconnaissance but also strike rolls, then the Russians are going to suffer incredibly high armor losses, and hence I would expect them to keep them more in the rear and not to waste them on some not well thought assaults.
Thank you so much. Our time is up. Please join me in a big, big round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a lunch break right now, and I'll see you back here at 2 p.m. and we'll have a telebridge with Defense Commissioner, and lunch will be in the back. If there is a need for comments to the media, and the director of the Geopolitics and Security Studies Center, Linas Kojalas, will be here. So the lunch is behind the partition, and I'll see you back at 2 p.m.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here at the Palace of the Grand Dukes. Thank you for listening and watching us on lrt.lt and delphi.lt. So we're going to talk right now with the European Commissioner for Defense and Space. We're going to talk with the designated Minister for National Defense of Lithuania. So we'll have a lot of discussion. But first of all, let's check with Mr. Andrius Kubilius, European Commissioner for Defense and Space. Good afternoon. I can hear you very well. Thank you. Mr. Kubilius, we can see you and hear you. We know that you're very busy, that you're short on time. So let's dive right in. How are you doing in terms of your works? In the next 100 days, you have to prepare and draft the European defense strategy. Have you started yet? And what are the first your works? So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this amazing security conference. Best of wishes to all the ministers designate and acting and their staff. It is a great pleasure to be here and to talk to you and discuss things that truly matter as far as I'm concerned. And you were right in noticing that I have a task based on the mission letter, so-called mission letter, that every commissioner received from Ursula von der Leyen in September. So my first job is to draft the white paper on European defense. We're doing this in conjunction with Maya Kallas. And in the letter, I had a clear task, what is expected from the white paper, and I need to define the measures that the European Union needs to implement in order to prepare for the extreme defense-related events, extreme military contingencies. So this was very bureaucratic jargon, but it is, to put it simply, the European Commission wants to define the measures that would enable the EU to battle against Russia in case of Russia's invasion. German intelligence just recently published a public statement saying that, according to their estimates, Russia might be prepared for aggression against the EU. And the time frame we're talking about is just a year. And if we were to look at the status quo in the European Union, at our preparedness capabilities, capabilities to deter Russia from aggression, we can remember the most recent report that says that the so-called difference between what we have to have and what we have is huge, so the gap is quite significant. And truly, we need to construct the measures that would allow us to strengthen our preparedness pretty quickly. So we need to expand our defense spending. We need to expand our defense industry. So we need significant amount of funding, but I don't want to go into detail right now here. I just tried to define the measures and what needs to be done. So, Commissioner, let's talk about money. ERP agencies just yesterday said that the European Union needs the big bang. It needs changes in spending to strengthen its defense against the background of this threat. In the past 10 years, in the next 10 years, we need 10 billion
euros. So is there a political will, first of all, in your opinion, to increase that spending? Is there political will for that big bank? And then we'll talk about sources of funding. There is the political will to defend. So we need to find out an answer from the European Union member states, and Lithuania has a role to play. So together with the Nordic companies and the Baltic countries, we feel that threat a lot more than other EU member states. As far as I'm concerned, that threat, understanding of that threat is more widespread now because we now understand that there are threats and we need to prepare to defend against those threats. And Commission President talks about this in the mission letters we've, as commissioners, received. So the Commission, European Union Commission, understands these threats very well. And if you were to listen to the German intelligence services, we get the understanding that the German government, the German policy makers understand that these threats exist. And hopefully, once we have identified the threats, we can identify what's missing, and then we can move forward towards that big bang with full understanding that in order to deter Russia, it's not enough to improve defense and strengthen defense industry. It is important to ensure that we have enough battle tanks, enough other ammunition and equipment as the NATO guidelines suggest, and the NATO capability building goals suggest. You've mentioned the German economy, which is very fluid. The French political situation is uncertain. Then we have Hungary, potentially Romania joining skepticism. And are there any mechanism to circumvent opposition from these countries when it comes to the matter of increasing military or defense spending? So what are the mechanisms to combat their opposition? You have community methods. If there is no agreement on community methods, because community methods and mechanisms require unanimous consensus. So you need to find, if that's not an option, you need to find bilateral understandings or multilateral understandings between the countries who understand that threat. We can recall history here and compare the European situation now and situation of Europe in 1930s, and Churchill, who was a lone soldier in a way, and he encouraged the UK and other countries to prepare for potential war with Hitler, because he saw that Hitler was preparing for war, was arming Germany. Whereas at that time, there was the widespread sentiment among other European countries to seek settlement, to seek peace with Hitler. So they were preparing to agree to find understanding with Hitler rather than fight the war. So we need to avoid these mistakes in the future. I cannot comment on other EU member states, what they're thinking, what their understanding of the current threats are. But I can repeat myself that the European Union Commission President and the commissioners newly appointed understand fully what kind of threats we face and what kind of decisions are needed in the near future. Let's talk about financing sources. We need a lot more than we spend right now on defense. So In your opinion, where do we get that money that we need? What the primary source of financing should be when it comes to defense capabilities? So we cannot expect or wait for miracles. Key primary source of funding is obviously our taxpayers. So are they willing to spend that money? We're talking about three directions of financing that need to be explored. Multi-annual European Union budget that will be approved during the Lithuanian presidency, and we hopefully will see more spending on defense in that budget, because you've rightly noticed that the EU budget now allocates 10 billion euros on defense, but that budget will come into play and will be applied starting 2028. So looking at the potential calendar, we cannot wait until 2028. There is still need for actions. Ursula von der Leyen and I just had a discussion about the opportunities, the possibilities to find that funding. We were talking about 500 billion euros over a period of 10 years so that we can implement defense-related projects that are important. Former Italian Prime Minister Draghi says the same. Approximately 500 billion is needed to strengthen our defense industry. When it comes to sources of financing, again, there are no miracle sources. In theory, we can look into ways of redistributing money that we spend on current programs. For example, we can take a package and funding from the RRF fund, the so-called recovery fund. We need to look into ways to fund defense industry in the regions there where there are a lot of gaps, where defense industry is lacking. We can look at what we can achieve from the European stability mechanism, that we still have a remainder of funds that can be used on the defense. So you're doing exactly that. Have you started changing the rules how to redistribute that funding? We'll be discussing these opportunities deeper in the white paper, because we have also defense bonds. We can borrow just like we did during the pandemic. So we can borrow as the EU on financial markets globally. But there are EU member states that oppose this idea, because these loans would have to be repaid from the European Union budget, and that budget is very limited. But I encourage to see and to adopt the same approach as Marcus Rutte from the new Secretary General of NATO, so that to increase defense spending nationally from national GDP, and additionally allocate around 200 million on defense, national defense. That would allow us to make progress on national level, which eventually will contribute to the preparedness on the EU level, because we in total need around 500 billion euros. So you don't see the opportunities for EU debt common debt. So I want to make, because of the poor connection, I want to clear this definition with you. Are we talking about common EU debt? When it comes to defense bonds, and when this idea started circulating a lot of the time, people remember a loan of 800 billion that was taken on behalf of the EU. That loan was taken based on the premise and promise that other sources of funding will be found to repay that loan. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and pretty soon, if we were to continue on the same path, the European Union budget will be emptied. So that is exactly what I want to avoid. I am thinking about a loan that wouldn't be tied to the European Union budget. Hopefully, the way forward is to use part of the national budgets to get this loan, in particular in this sensitive time. And given the sensitivity of this idea of defense bonds, you're also a commissioner for space. So we have a question from the audience. How important the space domain dimension is in the context of Ukrainian war, how relevant this area is for Lithuania and the EU as a whole. We have to remember that the European Union has several very important space systems developed, systems used widely in the civil life and in defense, for defense purposes. So we have Galileo system that allows for geolocation, allows the geolocation service, a GPS service. So we use that for our cars to navigate, but that service can be used for other purposes as well. It can be used for defense and military purposes. It can be used in our combat vehicles. So that system is a leading system globally. It provides 3 times more precise positioning compared to the American system. We also have the Copernicus system that is designed to monitor the Earth. It is widely used for civil purposes, to monitor air pollution, for example, to monitor natural disasters, but that system can, and its use can be expanded. It can be used to track movement of, for example, military forces, and that system is relevant. And again, it's a leading system in the world for what it does. And these systems can be used for intelligence, for defense purposes. And just recently, we're going to sign an important and relevant, significant contract for the IRIS system, so that Europe has a similar system to what Elon Musk has. So the satellite, secure satellite system. So he has the Starlink system. So hopefully Europe will have a similar system in the near future. Hopefully, in terms of quality, it will be equivalent to Starlink or even better. I'm not able to tell you right now how much of the data, how much of these systems are used by Ukraine and for military purposes in Ukraine, but the space opportunities are endless. And now it's the last question from the audience. How do you value or see the status quo of the European defense industry? Because Russia is producing more weaponry and ammunition compared to Europe. So if we are prepared preparing to deter Russia or fight against its aggression, what kind of defense industry we have.
Well, I can recall and quote Mario Draghi, where he very clearly said that military industry or defense industry in Europe is struggling because we have many states who do nothing. We have many barriers. That's why this industry cannot be developed. Unfortunately, we are having some technical problems. We cannot fully hear the commissioner's words. So those problems are known, including the threatening figures that you mentioned, that Russia manages to produce as many weapons over 6 months as Germany has in its stock, or just like NATO Secretary General say, in over 6 months, Russia can produce as many weapons as all the EU can produce over a year. So definitely, this is a test to our preparedness to defend ourselves, and we have to radically change the situation. This is something that I refer to the sequence or the logic of actions of the Big Bang, because NATO is developing new defense plans based on the experience in Ukraine, and NATO will also approve new requirements. I'm sorry, we cannot fully hear everything what the commissioner says. And we want to turn those requirements into a European plan for our defense industry by raising a question: can those weapons that we need be produced over the coming 4 years, with the fact, given that Europe will find sufficient funding for that? So we are trying to address this situation by taking certain steps, and with a hope that we will be able to persuade member states to contribute to this. I think we are having more severe technical problems. We are losing you in technical terms, but we also ran out of time, and I still have many questions for you. But I believe that we'll have many more opportunities to talk to you. So best of luck in all of your endeavors. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for connecting. So, Commissioner for Space and Defense, Mr. Kubilius, thank you very much. I hope that space will give better connection very soon, and we will be able to communicate successfully. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move forward. Now we'll have a panel discussion in English, and it is called Strategic Responses to Russia's Red Lines.
Russia's red lines. Participants in the panel discussion will be Director of the Eurasia Program at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, Maya Oterashvili, Senior Policy Fellow at European Leadership Network, Julia Berghofer, Professor at Vilnius University, Senior Fellow Tomas Janeliūnas, and the panel will be moderated by policy analyst at Geopolitics and Security Study Center, Adam Roževič, and Mr. Janeliūnas is a senior fellow at this center as well. So let's welcome them all on stage now by giving them a big round of applause.
What do you want to say?
So hello, welcome. And today we'll have this also a very important panel on red lines. And again, without any further ado and very long introductions from my side, I will ask the participants to provide their introductory remarks for 5-7 minutes. How do you see today's international sphere? How you see those red lines? Are they there? Are we abiding by them, or are we afraid? How do you see the escalation management process that has been happening throughout the war and even before, long before that? So maybe we can start with Thomas, please.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Thank you for your question. And I'm very glad to sit here with other experts on this hybrid warfare, political tension among West and Russia. And starting with my very first ideas, my very first thesis, I would say that I believe the most dangerous red lines are in our mindset. First of all, it's all about us. What kind of red lines we are setting in our mindset. And the most critical one is about the fear to see Russia defeated, both in political and military sense. And this kind of red line is so deeply entrenched in our, by saying our, I mean Western society, Western politicians and experts. This red line and this fear about Russia is so deeply entrenched in our minds that we are not ready to even imagine the destruction of Putin's regime, and we don't believe in our abilities to destroy Putin's regime and assets of its regime. I think that the rhetoric and some demands which are coming from Russia, they are just a kind of extension of our red lines. And we can say that, of course, Russia is very good at finding weak spots in our psychology. They are very good at exploiting our vulnerabilities and psychological sense of, first of all. And they are trying to intimidate our societies, of course, with our risk of escalation, with apocalyptic scenarios about nuclear war. And this intimidation forces our decision makers to extend our red lines into such a very specific decisions, like restricting Ukraine to use weapons deep inside Russian territory, or to restrict Ukrainians from receiving some specific weapons from West. Of course, I think that maybe the very first thing for us to deal with is just to redraw these red lines, just to imagine that Russia can be defeated. Because if you are not ready to see, to imagine, to visualize the defeat of your adversary, you cannot win any war. And of course, we can say that this manipulation which comes from Russian side about risk of nuclear war, it's one of the major reasons why a large part of Western society doesn't believe that you can win over Russia because it's a nuclear power. But nuclear scenario, I guess it's, I believe that nuclear scenario is a very distant one. We have many ways to weaken Russia in political, technological, economic ways. All what we need is more courage to use all those instruments available to us, starting from all those economic sanctions, exemptions which are just allowing to have for Western companies. So, and just starting from this imagination that you can use any available instrument to weaken Russia without triggering the nuclear war, I think that's a way how we can push away this kind of red lines. And speaking even about the possibility of ceasefire in Ukraine, I think that we should not focus on what kind of red lines we should induce to Russia. It is quite simple. Of course, everybody believes that the main task would be to deter Russia from using military or non-kinetic attacks on Ukraine again. But even more important is to decide what consequences we can impose on Russia if they are just starting the war again. What kind of damage we are ready to induce over them? Are we ready to retaliate, even to retaliate in a military sense? That's the question for us, first of all.
We'll talk about the retaliation soon enough. Yulia, what is on your mind?
Yeah, so coming from a genuine nuclear angle, I hear what you're saying. I wouldn't disagree with all the points you made, but I think that's the beauty of having such a panel to discuss these topics. I'm more concerned about the nuclear angle of the situation, but when you gave me these questions, I thought, well, maybe I can start with a bit more theoretical points of view. Sometimes they sound a bit boring, but I think they don't get as much attention in the public debate as they should be. So from the question, is this a real or a rhetorical boundary that Russia is setting, and whether we should take this credible? So when we look at deterrence from a theoretical point of view, then what we see right now is like a very core aspect of nuclear deterrence, which always leaves something to chance. Even when you have two perfect, rational, absolutely responsible actors, which Russia is not, but even if you have this ideal scenario, then nuclear deterrence always leaves something to chance. So you never have these absolute yes or no, this absolute certainty that nothing is going to happen. And I will also say why. You always have a certain level of ambiguity. This is not specific about Russia, it's specific for all nuclear weapon states. The UK, for example, have just reiterated in their last strategic document that they will never tell an adversary when, under which circumstances, and how they would use nuclear weapons. Same goes for France. They have this very opaque concept of all azimuth, 360-degree approach. Inter vito, what is vital interest for them, we don't know. What is the nuclear angle of the force de frappe, we don't know. So there's always this angle of ambiguity. This is not specific to Russia. Practically what Russia does, and what they did in the latest update to their nuclear doctrine, is playing with this ambiguity. So they changed the notion that they did in the 2020 basic principles, that a threat to the survival of the state could lead to a nuclear attack, to something like a threat to the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of the state could trigger a nuclear attack, which is even more opaque. And they introduced this very concerning notion that if a nuclear weapon state supports a non-nuclear weapon state carrying out an attack against Russia, it could also be subject to nuclear deterrence. So this ambiguity itself is not something very specific to Russia, but we have to look at the context, of course. So the context in which Russia conducts its nuclear deterrence is a context of hybrid threats against multiple European states, against the Baltic states, also against Germany, basically against everyone in Europe on different levels, whether it's like influencing society, whether it's trying to influence expert circles, whether it's something more visible like disinformation. At the same time, they combine their traditional nuclear threats or traditional nuclear deterrence with all these gray zone nuclear labeled threats, including the seizure of the power plant in Zaporizhzhia, including playing with rhetoric around Ukraine could be using a dirty nuclear bomb, combined with the production of new missiles. So they create kind of a nuclear fog of war that leaves us very puzzled, very confused. All these threats happen on different levels. Sometimes you have very strange statements by people that are not necessarily in the front line, Medvedev or Karaganov or these Russian bloggers. So all this feeds into what I would frame as nuclear brinkmanship. It's not on this level, not traditional deterrence. But this ambiguity alone, these doctrines alone, are not very specific to Russia. What Russia does in a very Russia-specific way is signaling in a very peculiar manner. So we don't see this with NATO, UK, or US. They're framing their deterrence in a completely different way without adding these hybrid threats. And of course, it's not taking place in the context of a war against a non-nuclear neighbor, a war of aggression. So very quickly on the question whether this is credible, because it's very easy to assume this might all be a bluff and there's nothing behind it. I think it's very dangerous to assume that a nuclear threat coming from an actor like Russia, which is actually not rational, is not credible. Even when we assume that there is no intention to actually launch a nuclear strike, whether it would be against a European state, whether it would be in some remote region in Ukraine just to signal they're ready to do that, even if there's no intention to do that, there's always a possibility that something goes wrong, that there is an inadvertent installation, there is an unintended, something related to miscommunication, miscalculation. It might seem very distant, but we had situations in the Cold War where there was a lot of miscommunication during the Cuban Missile Crisis. I know everyone rolling the eyes when you bring up something like the Cuban Missile Crisis, but we do see that there were risks that could apply today as well. And these risks were just removed or solved in a way because we had channels of communications that were still working. There was a willingness on the Soviet side as well as on the American side to work on risk reduction measures. We don't see this willingness right now, and that's the huge problem. And even more so, I think we need to take these risks seriously. That doesn't mean we should be paralyzed. I'm also very critical about the German debate and how slow the weapons delivery to Ukraine went. But at the same time, we need to be very realistic that at least these risks are there and that we need to re-establish nuclear risk reduction measures in order to prevent them.
Maya, how do you see the situation?
Sure. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to congratulate Lina Skoyala and my colleagues here at the Geopolitics and Security Studies Center on the successful conference. And I'm grateful on behalf of the Foreign Policy Research Institute to be here in Vilnius. I think this is a really important conversation. And so far, I'm really impressed by how honest and direct everyone has been about the issues. So I'm honored to be a part of this conversation. When I thought about these very, very provocative and important questions that were sent to us panelists, I thought it would be very important to sort of take a step back and think about how history might judge us based on our actions over the recent years. So as a reminder, for context, it has been almost 3 years since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and it has been 10 years since Euromaidan in Ukraine. So we have an opportunity to really sort of take a stock, right, for perspective and see where we are. When we talk about the red lines, for that reason, I'm more concerned with the West's red lines, the red lines that we've drawn for Russia versus the red lines that Russia has drawn, and I think Yulia did a great job in summarizing that. What have been our red lines? And when I say us, again, coming from an American think tank, I think about the collective West and also the United States, primarily US foreign policy. What are the red lines we have shown to Russia, especially with the war in Ukraine? I would argue that we haven't been very clear about what our red lines are. The only clear red line that I have seen is about the Article 5. Every time there is an escalation in Ukraine, NATO leaders come out and say how we are reinforcing the boundaries of NATO. Guess what does not fall within those boundary lines? It's Ukraine, it's Moldova, it's Georgia. So, one of the questions posed to us was, whose game are we playing? We have been so reactive to Russia's actions, Russia's aggression, especially under Putin's leadership, that I would have to say that we are playing Russia's game. When we fail to preempt Russia's actions, Ukraine is a good example. We knew there was this military buildup for a year leading into the full-scale invasion. When we fail to preempt, when we fail to have a clear strategy, we just show that we are playing Putin's game, we are playing Russia's game. Our actions are also showing that despite our rhetoric, we are actually ascribing to Putin's worldview, where bigger, stronger, mightier nations can bully smaller countries and start wars with them, or, try to annex them and take territory. We saw this start in Georgia in 2008. It's only gotten worse. I want to mention this. Since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, people talk about, make comparisons with Georgia. Let me remind you, in August of 2008, when Russia invaded Georgia, that war lasted 5 days, right? And it has left a huge mark. Again, it will be 3 years since Russia invaded Ukraine, and it's been this ongoing full-scale war without a break. To compare the two is kind of insane. So I think it's really important to, again, take a stock of what messages have we been sending to Russia in terms of our red lines. Beyond Article 5, I have not seen much. Since Obama's, ill-fated reset politics with Russia, I have not seen a clear US policy on Russia. I think in that regard, the Europeans have been bolder and more clear with how they see Russia. The United States still does not have a clear Black Sea strategy. We really love having sort of written strategies and clearly communicated strategic documents. We don't have a clear Black Sea strategy. Not only that, one has been in the works for years, and there has been no agreement on it. So what is an actual Black Sea strategy in the absence of a clear one? It's where the lines of NATO's Article 5 fall. That's it. The rest of it falls into a gray zone. And where does Russia thrive most? In the gray zones, right? In de facto occupied territories, in breakaway territories, but also in the gray spaces where the West fails to have a clear policy and a clear stance. Before I go on for too long, let me just add one more thing. While we have failed to show Russia where the red lines are for us in Ukraine, we have been very clear with Ukraine where our red lines are when it comes to Russia. Those red lines are at Russia's borders. I think Thomas said it really beautifully that we are not prepared for a Russian defeat, for a Russian failure. We're not prepared for a Russian collapse. These are the conversations you would have heard in Washington over the last 3 years. What did we tell the Ukrainians? Do not hit targets within Russia's borders. Also, when you do hit targets within Russia's borders using your own weapons, please make sure you don't hit strategic targets and don't destabilize Russia's ability to produce, be an effective energy producer. We've made it clear that we are not prepared for a Russian economic failure or Russian energy failure. And again, this is no secret. In Washington, there are many conversations about how does this war end without the collapse of Putin's regime? How do we end the war? How can Ukraine win? And how can we make sure that Putin saves face? These are ridiculous conversations. So I think we need to own them. We need to understand. And again, I primarily direct this criticism to the United States. There is a need for a strategy. If we say that we do not ascribe to this Russian-led worldview, then we need to prove it with actions, and I have not seen that.
Thank you very much. A quick reminder to our audience that you can still ask your questions at Slido app. Just please scan the QR code and send us your questions. We'll be waiting for them. Thomas, I saw that you wanted to react.
I just wanted to expand a little bit and maybe to get into a little debate with you, Julia, about nuclear scenarios and how Westerns are perceiving those threats. Looking from how inconsistently Russians are speaking about those risks, how they could react to, let's say, the supply of some kind of new weapons to Ukraine, or how they could react when Ukrainians are using long-range rockets against Russian targets, how they are changing their responses. I would say that this flexibility also shows that they have no clear red lines at all. And they are just trying to play this kind of deterrence game against West. And the main goal for them is to prevent Western forces to get into direct conflict with Russians. So I would say that we also should evaluate this kind of genuine goals, strategic goals from Russian side. Putin wants to conquer Ukraine, military or politically, just to get over the state, and the major prevention could be the direct involvement of military forces from United States or Western Europe. So, and of course Russians are trying to increase the potential cost of this involvement, and they are over and over repeating this risk of nuclear escalation, because this is the only way they can prevent the real involvement of Western forces to defend Ukraine. And so far they are succeeding in doing that. But of course, I totally agree that we should not neglect the possibility of nuclear escalation. As far as Russians have those nuclear weapons and doctrines and even some very clear implementation procedures, of course, this scenario should be treated very, very seriously. But don't you think that we are just preoccupied too much only on this, I would say, low probability scenario, and forgetting a much broader spectrum of involvement into this war by making much more stronger response to Russian advance, Russian attacks on Ukraine?
Yulia, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I really appreciate your view and that we're having a conversation. And I think I would agree that they don't have a clear strategy. I mean, what I would describe as this fog of nuclear war plays exactly into that field. They don't have like a clear strategy. It almost seems like this is a very emotional thing. Like something happens on the Western side, we're going one step into one direction, and then suddenly, I don't know, something like a new threat comes up, a new missile shows up, something else. What my concern is, and just to say that very quickly, it's interesting to have this conversation with you, because normally I'm the one, especially in the beginning of, after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, I was invited to media a lot. And usually there was some very right-wing person sitting there and was like, but what about nuclear war? And I was in the position to say, well, I think we shouldn't only talk about this scenario. So it was in a completely different conversation, but obviously you couldn't have a proper conversation with these people at all. So what my concern is, and I think this also has to do with what happens in Syria right now, that at some point the leadership really get under a lot of pressure, and they would do something very stupid, like just exploding a very small-scale nuclear weapon in some remote territory in Ukraine. I think this is a very remote scenario. It's very unlikely, but it would be very impactful. What would be NATO's response? Would there be a conventional response, as was discussed in the very beginning? Would there be some pressure to respond in a nuclear manner? I don't know. Again, I think that's very remote. But also to emphasize that I think the biggest risk is not necessarily an intentional nuclear war started by Russia, but a situation in which Russia gets very confused, the West doesn't understand what Russia wants. With the advent of new technology, we anyways have a lot of problems in the nuclear sphere when it comes to nuclear command, control, and communication structure, and that something goes out of hand. I won't say this has to limit our options when it comes to supporting Ukraine, but what would be needed at the same time would be some level of risk reduction measure. And at the same time, this is very in the Cold War, it was doable with Russia because they understood the risk, and I think they still understand the risk, because otherwise, when they tested Oreshnik in Ukraine, they wouldn't have given the notification according to the ballistic missile launch notification agreement. I mean, not in a 24 hours slot, which they were supposed to do, but at least they did that. Yeah, so it's a dilemma.
Maya, let's turn the conversation a bit further from the nuclear red lines, but to the political red lines, and especially what we are seeing right now in Georgia. We have been observing similar trends for many years already in such states like Moldova, other states where Russia wanted to collude and to blur out the political sphere in those countries. How can we respond to that? How can those smaller states respond to that? Lithuania is quite lucky because we have obviously Article number 5. We are in the European Union, but there are some states that would like to see their own future in closer to European Union or NATO. But Russia is quite successful preventing and holding on to them. What is your thoughts?
Thank you so much. That's a great question. Yeah, I think Georgia is such an interesting case right now. So for those of you who may not know, in October, the government that's been in charge for 12 years, who is led by essentially a Russian oligarch, stole the parliamentary election. And right after that, they came out and said, we're going to halt EU accession talks at least until 2028. And what that led to is this massive uprising where people have been demonstrating 24/7 since November 28th. EU flags everywhere. People are not going home at night. This is not just a, sort of a demonstration showing dissatisfaction with the government's policies, but it's a demonstration demanding that the government resign, and we haven't seen that in a very long time in Georgia. I have to add that according to the latest polls, 80% of Georgians approve of Georgia's Euro-Atlantic future, EU membership, and NATO membership, and it's in Georgia's constitution that all governments are responsible to do everything they can to work towards Georgia's EU and NATO accession. So when you are a Georgian government, you're constitutionally obligated to work with the EU leadership and NATO leadership to keep the country on a Western path. So what we are seeing in the streets of Georgia right now is a civil society, is a pro-Western society that is extremely well organized, but deeply, deeply pro-European, that demands a European future. The government that is in charge has become increasingly associated with Russia. If they remain in charge, the people see it as Russia being in charge. Now, this government, led by the Russian billionaire oligarch, has been in charge of the country for 12 years. So what we are seeing right now in Georgia is a result of absolute oligarchic state capture in Russia's favor. So I think what's very interesting is that the society and the government are completely split in their pro-European stance. The government is trying to drag Georgia back to the Russian orbit, but the society wants EU membership. What's very interesting about this society is that since Georgia's independence, 1991, it's been the joint European and American efforts that have groomed this society to be so civilized, so democratic, and so pro-European. But how can we support these people, right? Because up to this point, the West has really failed to sanction this government in its authoritarian tendencies. The United States still has not sanctioned Ivanishvili, the oligarch, right? So we are seeing a failure in deploying the leverage, the immense leverage that the West has had over this government. But now there's an interesting situation where, okay, the EU is going to halt accession talks with Georgia, and the United States has canceled the strategic partnership with Georgia. But where does that leave the people that are in the streets protesting right now demanding a European future. The government has been deploying riot police, has been arresting people, beating people. I think we are going to see a Euromaidan-like situation in Georgia in the coming weeks. And the question is going to be, as these people look to the West for help, for assistance, what are the tools that we can offer? And we don't have a clear sense of that. So I think it's going to be a very interesting situation. But Russia is all over this. They've played the long game of penetrating Georgian politics and co-opting it. So we're seeing the very successful results of that. And the government is using very Russia-like tried and true tactics in oppressing opposition. So.
Thank you so much. We have quite a lot of questions at Slido. Thomas, could we start with you? We have interesting question. How could we utilize the red lines on either side of this war to provoke Russia to finally move to the reactive position? In other words, how I understand, how to make that Russia would react to our actions and not another way around?
Well, let's start from the very simple thing. Russia is an attacker. Russia made the first move, and of course, it's natural that Western powers are reacting. And unfortunately, this reaction decisions are still under control, as I said, with restrictions in our mindset. And even some quite good decisions regarding sanctions on Russia, restriction to sell oil or gas to European Union and something like that, they're still not enough to change this dynamic and to become an attacker on Russia. Because we still believe that we should defend. We should defend and we should sustain in our values in protecting Ukraine, but we should not attack Russia, and we should not, to cross this red line, as you said, maybe the border with Russia or some deeper strikes inside Russia or something like that. As far as we are on this defensive mode, I would say we cannot change the dynamic and we cannot impose any kind of damage on Russia, which is not sustainable by the Putin's regime. So far, they are finding quite good measures to sustain this economic damage, even military damage and whatever. So, and it would require a very innovative way to change the tables. So I think that we are not ready to do that at all.
Very quick follow-up question. Is it possible reorganizing and having Russia on their back feet and having them to react without being with a full-on hot war with Russia? Because what Yulia was saying with the risk management and what takes the Western side to calculate a little bit more closer what Russia could do with, as their reaction.
I doubt it. I doubt it about possibilities to induce a large amount of damage to Russia in economic sense, or to say even if we are succeeding in damaging Russian economy, it could be not enough to change of a Putin regime or to retract forces from Ukraine. I believe that we are playing quite different games here. On the Western side, we are playing the soft game of sanctions, some restrictions, and so on, but we are even restricting ourselves to go further, let's say to go into a zone of hybrid warfare, which Russia is using very well. They are playing this card against us, starting from cyber operations, psychological information warfare, and just recently with many actions of sabotage in European countries, they are using all these spectrum of gray zone arsenal. But we are just restricting to quite simple responses.
Thank you. Yulia, I have one question for you. Do you discern any risk in a situation when Ukraine is invited by the allies to join NATO? Konstantin Negaret asked that question, and how do you see that? Would that risk be eliminated, or how could Russia react to such a development where they precisely stated that one of the reasons they started the war was to prevent such move by Ukraine?
You mean in terms of heightening nuclear risks? Can I maybe also say quickly 2 fingers on the previous questions, because just very quickly, I think that's an interesting one. For one, I think one element that has been a bit outside of this action-reaction circle was NATO's nuclear posture, because that has not really changed. I mean, NATO has certainly bolstered its conventional deterrence, and rightly so, but they have been more or less steadfast on, they were sticking to the nuclear posture that they had prior to 2022, with all the modernizations and updates that were planned well ahead. And I think that's a signal of strength, that you differentiate between upgrades in the conventional sphere, but showing that NATO has a credible nuclear deterrence. I think one element that hasn't been mentioned, and I wouldn't say it brings us out of this action-reaction cycle, but it's certainly an important aspect, is seeing China as a lever. China certainly had some influence on Russia when it comes only to the nuclear angle, because I'm just focusing on the nuclear angle here. China is very problematic in other aspects. We've had a very interesting conversation over dinner last night, but we shouldn't forget that China is not interested in nuclear war. They are interested in a Europe that they can do trade with. So they're not interested in that. That's just one thought. On the other question, yeah, I don't have a definite answer, honestly. In effect, I wanted to ask you, after your remarks, whether you see, like, if Ukraine was in NATO, would Russia's aggressions be directed against Georgia or Moldova? I think at least in the hybrid sphere, we would definitely see something like this happening, because the space for Russia is shrinking. It would be an immense provocation. I couldn't imagine that this wouldn't have any repercussions. What that could look like, I'm absolutely not sure. I don't have a glass ball, but I think the minimum of what we would see would be an increased hybrid activity in Moldova and in Georgia. But I don't know, maybe you're an expert on these countries, so maybe you see these things differently.
Sure, thank you. And yeah, I'm very critical of China and China's interest in the region, but the one thing that has to be said is China is highly motivated to see an end to the war in Ukraine in general. They don't want this war to go on. So the last thing I'm going to recommend is Chinese-led peace talks, but I think it's just an example of there is room for creativity here. And I'm just not seeing enough appetite, enough attempts, especially from Washington, to end the war, to get as creative as possible with peace talks, even under the pretense of, Chinese peace talks where China is a participant, or at least using China's leverage indirectly on Russia to bring them to the negotiating table. But in terms of if Ukraine was in NATO, would Georgia and Moldova be exposed? Absolutely, they are exposed, but what's really interesting is that, at least at the moment, and at least for the last 12 years, Russia does not need to invade Georgia. They have already co-opted, Georgia's political space, Georgia's economy. Russia is, the #1 trade partner with Georgia. They have direct flights. The borders are open. Russians are finding a safe haven in Georgia. What's really funny is that, to the West, it looks like, well, Georgia and Russia don't have a formal diplomatic relationship. There is no Russian embassy. Guess what? There's visa-free regime between the two countries. There are direct flights to Moscow, right? So in practice, Georgia is also serving as Russia's laundromat. So what's the need to invade Georgia? But if there are signs that Georgia is going in Moldova's direction, which again, Moldova has been showing a great deal of promise in its, democratization and EU accession, then yes, the immediate slap on the wrist is activating, dialing up the heat in the Russian-occupied territories. So yes, absolutely, I think Georgia and Moldova, Georgian people and Moldova, are rightfully very concerned about Russian threats, hybrid and physical. And yes, for me, it's very difficult to imagine Ukraine's NATO accession without at least Moldova. I think Georgia is in a very precarious situation, but I think Moldova has done all of its homework and it's very deserving of a place in the European family, with Transnistria being a huge problem to solve, obviously.
It's been a very interesting conversation, but our time is up. Thank you so much, and please join me in a big round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you so much, everybody. Ačiū visiems. Ačiū, kad esat. Ačiū,
Thank you very much. Thank you for watching us. Thank you for asking questions on Slido. Continue doing so. We will now switch to a conversation, and we will have another panel later on. So I would like now to invite a Minister Designate for National Defense, that is Dovilė Šakalienė. Let us welcome her on stage. Let's take a seat. It's the format where the audience can also ask us something virtually, so we will give them this opportunity. And just recently, we spoke with the Commissioner for Defense, and he said such a phrase, and I heard someone making remarks that, you know, he says such a words and ensuring funding for defense is not so easy, but we need to continue talking about this, and only then is something will start happening. At least this is something that I heard backstage. Madam Šakalienė, what are your hopes regarding this big bang, the change in policy, regarding the change in defense spending, which could step up our defense against Russia, in the threat of Russia? That is not a very hopeful question, but I think that is a question of our commitment. Understanding the geopolitical situation and the rising threat, we have to take steps both on national level as well as at the EU level, and we have to invest more into our defense so that it would be in line both with military advice and with our capabilities within the alliance. Because now we have an inadequate situation when US contributes to defense disproportionately, and they take the largest share of the burden, even though Europe is the most stable region and the wealthiest region in the world. And we are sitting on the front line, so we, in our national level, we have to raise our contribution to defense. Well, we made very small steps to raise our funding for defense, and spending only those 3% for our defense would mean that we will have our division only by year 2040, which is not acceptable. So, you know, we have to raise it up, maybe up to 5%. Of course, I wouldn't like to enumerate any particular figures before I started my position. But clearly seeing the prospects presented during the Defense Council, how our defense capabilities will look like in the time scale and according to our financial needs, we know our targets. We have to defend ourselves effectively. And how much it will cost, we have to see and find out how much we need to generate over a certain period of time. And we will definitely communicate that when we know this, which is pretty obvious. I have spoken to the defense, to the chief of defense. It will not be 3.5% or 2%. So now it probably may be 5% or even higher. I cannot tell you precisely, but we need to have the division in 2030, and we have to respond to our defense plans. There's another specific figure, which probably you have heard, that the survey of Lithuanian defense power carried out by New Generation Warfare Center is established in Washington, and it modeled a military conflict scenario, what would happen if Lithuania was attacked by Russia in 2027. And there were various assumptions made if Vilnius was under siege for 3 days or Vilnius for 7 days. So what investments would be needed for defense? It provided that we would need 10 billion euros in 4 years. So how does this figure sound to you? I think that this figure is a good one, but we need to start thinking of a different financial perspective. Just like I said, we started planning and forecasting something with our army headquarters, and these figures may be even higher. But the fact is that we need to make up our mind of how our preparations will look like, because there are certain options, but we have a clear goal and we have a certain timeline. So it cannot be 2036 or 2040. So this means that based on this, we will have to plan our funding. I think this investigation was very good and very clear because it made us consider our own responsibility, because some people really felt that and thought that NATO will do something for us, but we are NATO ourselves. We are already a part of NATO for several decades. So, some even believe that NATO does not exist and it's only us who have to do everything, The narrative that we would have to fight for ourselves for at least 10 days was probably based on a former narrative. Now, new regional defense plans have been built on a different paradigm, and response, notification, and involvement, there are different, plans made up now, and we have a growing number of allies. So we're not talking about the situation whether or. You are not talking about tanks or drones. We need to have both, and it is our responsibility, and we have to have additional forces from our allies. We have to have our own acquisitions, and we have to encourage acquisitions around. We have to have defense acquisitions in order to promote defense industry, to open new factories. And of course, we are too small to reignite the European defense industry, but we may become one of be among the facilitators of this. What do you mean by saying that we are too small to reignite in defense industry? Because Commissioner Kubilius said that the condition of military industry in Europe is weak. Well, first of all, on the national level, we should invite the big defense industry players to our country. We should attract more investments, including Rheinmetall, Leonardo, and other companies. And we should also develop our national defense industry. We should not only have the factories, but we should also have entire industrial parks, which would show that we really invest and that we really care about this area. This could be an additional driver for our economy. At the same time, we could actively continue working bilaterally and multilaterally with our neighbors in the Nordics, as well as with other countries, and to organize the acquisitions so that we could order higher quantities and promote defense industry into developing production, manufacturing. I think they are being very cautious, and their risk assessment should be corrected. When it comes to industry, last year, Lithuanian defense industry awards were conferred, and unmanned aerial vehicle was elected as the winner, which is referred to as WASP. Shouldn't we also promote defense innovation? Will a Ministry of Defense see its role in promoting industrial development in this sense? Definitely yes. Closer cooperation in defense industry and closer cooperation between the academia and our army has to happen, and everything's moving forward very fast. But at the same time, I really like our colleagues German said, that we need everything. We need the new and the old technologies. We need artillery cannons, as well as innovation. We will have people in the leadership of the ministry who will be in charge of defense industry as well as defense innovation, and we will have to move so much faster in this area. It is the responsibility of each and every one of us to contribute to a higher defense spending. And I think I saw somewhere in the media when you said that cows will be frightened by gunshots. So what would be the contribution, very specific contribution of each and every citizen? Where should we cut in order to spend more on defense? So where will we start our cuts first? I think we should change our mindset and our narrative of speaking about this defense speaking. We are a small state, and continuous tensions, pressures, and savings, this is something that our society is used to. And this raises a lot of tensions in our society. So what I would like to start saying, we would like to step up our defense capabilities. At the same time, we would like to improve daily life, quality of people's daily life. So when thinking about financial instruments, they will be oriented to national and international debt. And we will also come up with additional EU funding instrument for stepping up defense capabilities, but we should also think of certain mechanisms within our national budget, maybe progressive task, maybe a solidarity task, because we are short of a large chunk of income for education and for social security. So this brings a certain conflicts in our society, and which is highly detrimental, which we should not have. We want our economy to be growing faster, so defense industry could be one of the good elements of our economy. Energy and defense industry could go hand in hand together. We shouldn't be very tight on our spending, but we should be a state like Finland, who is planning its defense, but it also plans its economic growth.
So do we need a change in our mindset? In one of our panels, we heard a very nice, beautiful saying that Lithuanians were always right when it came to Russia. Germany and Western Europe have woken up to the threat of Russia. So in your opinion, how well do we understand that Russian threat, that our defense is priority? So our public polls show different results. So it depends, our understanding of Russian threat depends on the age group you fall into. It depends how urgent we think this threat is, how much of a contribution and support we hope from our foreign partners. So hopefully there is room for improvement, and we still need to work with our young people. And I talked to a colleague of mine just recently. We need to figure out what motivates our young people, because it is specifically the younger generation that do not trust the state, that they do not want to contribute to our defense. So we have now trouble attracting conscripts. So how do we overcome that problem? Why do our young people avoid military service? So what is wrong? What is wrong when it comes to young people? what we see is lack of manpower. Definitely, we see that some people are very reluctant to join the military. Very few people want to actively contribute to national defense. Our units, local military units, could be a solution because we do have some people, groups of people who are willing to join the defense efforts, but some fine-tuning is needed. But we see potential to create units in Lithuania, across Lithuania. We do not want to play these political games and blame the previous government for all the problems we have. We have issues, yes, we recognize that. We're very small. For Germany, for US, it's not important whether you're leftist or somebody on the right. You're a Lithuanian. But so what do we need to do first to improve our defense situation? The German brigade, its arrival in Lithuania, I believe this is a key matter for our defense. The second thing is to improve and to strengthen our defense capabilities and defense industry production. So we need to work on the defense industry, innovations, civil defense. And for that, we have our local groups, as I mentioned, local defense group. So we have clear tasks when we are prepared to do that since day one. You mentioned Germany and the German brigade here in Lithuania. Just recently, we had hopeful news and good news coming from Germany. The German parliament started deliberating pieces of legislation that have to do with the German brigade in Lithuania, even though Germany just was going and experiencing political turmoil, and that turmoil did raise some concerns here in Lithuania as to the fate of that German brigade. So are you more hopeful now? I have planned a meeting with Boris Pistorius, and hopefully we'll discuss that matter further. We do see this national understanding and national commitment from Germany, and I had the opportunity to listen to debates in Bundestag, and I see that understanding there how critical this project is and how this project is significant for German reputation, because Germany is the most economically capable country in Europe. It's very powerful economically, and it definitely is committed to realizing that power. So aren't you concerned about the political turmoil in Germany? Are you still hopeful about the German brigade in Lithuania? Well, political situation is complicated globally. We saw a lot of turmoil happening, and you have also the word fracturing security landscape in the title of your conference. So there are tensions across the world. We're seeing tensions that could potentially can turn into wars. We saw and we see still a lot of hot points across the world, and we understand that it will not be easy. We cannot guarantee that the German brigade will be here. Yes, there is political turmoil, but we have a goal, we have a task, and we will have to deal with it. But it's a question of political responsibility. We have very little choice in what we can do. We have to do what we've set out to do. One or two questions from the audience. We still have time. Just write them in slido.com, but we're to wrap up our conversation. Are there plans to organize joint procurement together with other Baltic countries or Poland when it comes to defense? Yes. In eight plus Germany and Poland format. We see the potential for these joint procurement. Just with my colleagues, just like last week, we talked about the opportunities to expand our cooperation. Because we do have different needs and similar needs. We need critical infrastructure and critical infrastructure security measures. We need joint border protection measures. As a region, we have to understand, and even in the NATO regional defense plans, we are an area and a region that cannot be divided into small areas. Yes, we have our national identity, sovereignty, but we are very small. And when it comes to defense, you need to cooperate effectively to be friends with neighboring countries. So I believe that together with our direct neighbors, Latvians, for example, Poland, and our bigger neighbors in the Nordic countries, we need to cooperate and move forward. So thank you very much. All the best in your endeavors in the future. You were listening to our appointed Minister of National Defense. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening so actively. Thank you for participating. And we're moving on to a very important, still the last panel discussion. We're going to talk about hybrid threats. And is Europe ready? Modern warfare and hybrid threats.
With us is research fellow at International Institute for Strategic Studies, Franz Stefan Gady, non-resident senior fellow at Carnegie Europe, Judy Dempsey, Chief of the Defense Staff at Lithuanian Armed Forces, Lieutenantas generolas Remigijus Baltrienas, ir taip pat su mumis panelę moderuosantis Andrius.
And we also have the moderator for this panel, Andrius Prochorenko, who is Chief Operating Officer at the Geopolitics and Security Studies Center. So please welcome them on the stage.
Where do you want me to sit? Here? Oh.
You're in the middle. Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Yes, so thank you very much and welcome to the very last panel of this conference. But nevertheless, we have a very urgent issue, one of the most probably urgent issues and relevant topics at the moment, which is hybrid threats, and which Lithuania and other NATO countries have been facing more and more frequently for the recent months, probably, if not a year. And a good example of that is, well, the recent NATO foreign ministers meeting, which was basically 1 week ago, that also focused on hybrid threats. And I believe we're going to also explore a bit deeper in our conversation why we had that meeting, what decisions did we make during that meeting. And also in addition to that, hybrid threats seem to be more and more visible and concrete, because for quite a long time, hybrid threats was quite a broad concept, but right now we see more and more concrete and physical examples how those threats affect our lives. Well, just to name a few: GPS jamming, internet cable disruptions, destruction of various strategic facilities, assassination attempts, sometimes even successful. So the list goes on, and those examples we can see in our daily lives. So a brief description of the format as usual. So I will ask each of our speakers to make an introductory remarks on the issue, up to 5 minutes. And later we follow with discussion. I will also remind for the audience, please use the Slido app and be active in this discussion. So please, brief introductory remarks from the first speaker adjacent to me. So please.
Should I start?
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and thank you for the kind introduction. 3 brief points that I would like to make with regard to hybrid threats. First off, I don't really like the term hybrid threats, just because hybrid itself, it's an adjective that essentially means the combination of 2 elements, but it obfuscates more than it clarifies. And I think that's sometimes an issue for the policy process in general. I'd rather stick to very specifics, right? And if I think about the one so-called hybrid threat that worries me the most, it's really disinformation campaigns over the next couple of weeks and months pertaining to discussions within the European Union, Europe in general, but also the United States about the future of Ukraine, in particularly what role European countries will likely play in Ukraine when it comes to offering certain security guarantees. And I think this is something where Russia is already pretty active. It is going to be very active, and that, to me, besides the more physical aspects that we've seen, and some of which you've mentioned, bombings, sabotage attempts, operations in cyberspace, offensive operations in cyberspace, potentially even assassination attempts, as we've seen last year in Germany. These are important, but to me they're at the moment secondary to this very critical question about what exactly is Europe going to do in Ukraine and what kind of security guarantees Europe is going to give to Ukraine. And specifically, I'm talking about the big question whether we are going to deploy land forces or not, we as Europe, to Ukraine to guarantee a potential ceasefire should it arise next year. And I think this ties into some elements that we've heard already on the last panel, excuse me, the one before the last, panel number 3, where we briefly touched upon Russian red lines, or NATO's red lines and so forth. I think inherent to these Russian disinformation attempts is the raise of escalatory or escalation fears among European policymakers' minds, and the United States, of course, to a certain degree, but primarily I think it's going to be targeted at European political decision makers and the European public at large. And the only antidote to this is essentially be aware that this is what's happening, and that the Russians are actively, or have an active interest in raising these escalation fears among policymakers in Europe. And let me be clear, I think it is absolutely warranted to have escalation fears. This is a very tricky situation we are in, particularly in this confrontation that we have with a nuclear armed power, and also because in general terms we're in an age of warfare essentially dominated, and I think this is going to be even more so the case down the line, dominated essentially, or characterized rather, by long-range precision strikes or precision strike capabilities, conventional precision strike capabilities. Now, as we have seen already over the last 2.5 years of this war in Ukraine, it is a constant evaluation, re-evaluation of vertical escalatory risks when it comes to the deployment of long-range precision strikes or precision strikes capabilities overall. If you are engaged in a war or in some sort of indirect Cold War type of confrontation with a nuclear armed power. And I think this issue of essentially an inability in a moment of crisis to discriminate between conventional and nuclear payloads when it comes to long-range strike capabilities, this is something that the Russians are clearly very much focused on seizing. And I give you one specific example, and then I'm going to stop because I don't want to overstep my 5-minute introduction. Some of you may have been aware about the discussion that has been happening in Germany about the deployment, eventual deployment, of a so-called US Army multi-domain task force, which is essentially a task force consisting of various battalions, the most important element of which is, well, 2 important elements of which is a cyber electronic warfare ISR battalion, essentially, that is, conducting electronic warfare, tactical cyber operations, and so forth, and just essentially is trying to provide the rest of the multi-domain task force with a common operational picture of the battle space. And then a strategic fires battalion. Strategic fires battalion, which consists of HIMARS battery, a mid-range fire capability, and then some sort of longer-range hypersonic capability. Now, the Russians in the German information space were very quick to actually seize on vertical escalatory fears among German politicians and among the German public in general by essentially emphasizing that this multi-domain task force's strategic fires battalion can actually threaten the Russian nuclear deterrent, and they immediately started a discourse on social media and in other media channels, essentially, amplifying messages of certain analysts, certain commentators in the German-speaking world that essentially tried to tie the deployment of this multi-domain task force to the NATO double-track decision, the essentially SS-20 crisis in the 1980s, where a lot of, there's a lot of muscle memory about this particular incident, this, security crisis in the early 1980s, which really brought the nuclear fear to the forefront in Germany. And I think for us it's important to develop an understanding of what the genuine escalatory risks are of essentially merging nuclear with conventional long-range strike capabilities, at the same time trying to create a strategic culture, particularly in the German-speaking Europe, that actually has the ability to objectively assess these risks, and at the same time also be fully aware that Russia is amplifying these sorts of escalatory risks, all now to the purpose over the next couple of months to essentially try to divide Europe when it comes to a unified response or clear and concrete commitments to help observe or at least stabilize a ceasefire, potential ceasefire line in Ukraine, and underwriting this with European military power, that is the deployment of land forces, European land forces to Europe, should this case ever arise. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Lieutenant General, your thoughts on the issue?
First of all, thank you very much, and congratulations for Linas Kojala and his team for the changing name of the center and for the great event. So I appreciate being part here of the great team of the experts. I'll do my interim remarks through a certain framework. First, I'll try to define hybrid understanding, hybrid threats, because it's a lot of discussions, and I do agree with you that it is we need to be careful how we're doing this. Then I'll talk a little bit about the possible NATO actions, what could be done in concerning the situation which is happening right now in Europe. But before that, I would like to emphasize that the hybrid warfare and threat is not the comfort zone for the military. And I'll explain that through the definition. So I'm not the one who's feeling here very comfortable of discussing about the hybrid, because it's a bigger part doing business about this is not the military. And I will ask the question right now, and leaving that later for the discussions, do we really have a hybrid warfare in the NATO territory right now? Because I would argue that the real hybrid warfare is happening in Ukraine because of the two elements, military and non-military elements playing part of that. Nevertheless, how, from my point of view, approach to the hybrid warfare definition? There are several elements which I would like to mention. First of all, it's two elements. It's military and non-military. So we can look right now at what we're having. The second one, it must be an integrated campaign of both elements with a very clear defined end state. It must be used surprise, initiative, psychological advantages. It must be sophisticated and rapid information flow, which mainly gives the domination in this sphere. Of course, electronic and cyber operations, covert, overt intel, military actions, and economical pressure. To be very short, all instruments of national power must be used in the hybrid warfare. And what gives the technology right now? Because the title says the modern warfare and the hybrid. So technology provides opportunity to go beyond the reach and deeper to provide the effects, nothing else. The use of armed forces conventionally will be always below the threshold. That's the purpose of the hybrid warfare, not to trigger use of the conventional warfare. So that's the main reason on that. What is happening? What's Russia's aim on this, what is right now with the security situation in Europe? Of course, it's the same, nothing new in this domain. So it's weaken, to divide, and ultimately neutralize NATO, and using all tools which is in the toolbox of Russia. NATO responses, and it was mentioned by moderator about the foreign ministerial in Brussels. Here, we need to understand that the NATO domain, the first understanding is that the response to the hybrid threat, first of all, must be national response. And through the national response is approach to the competing with the hybrid threat. Collectively, NATO is looking to facilitate and support nations if it's necessary, and of course mainly cooperating with other actors, and one of them is important is European Union side. NATO encouraging investing to the resilience of the critical national infrastructure. And I'm going right now through the lines which are kind of easy to define, but not that easy to make it practically. One of the important parts is to be aware what is happening. To be aware means the intelligence services, or to be more precise, counterintelligence services, must be more integrated into the NATO intelligence architecture. Currently, there is a challenge of working with the counterintelligence services in the NATO. Easier with the intelligence, much more difficult with the counterintelligence. And I think this is where the first step, the nations could overcome this limitation of sharing information and building the common NATO picture what's happening with the hybrid situation. Need to put the emphasis on the diplomatic response from the nations to be more coherent and firm. Very often in the past and currently, the certain events happening on our territories in the NATO nations, but we do not have a common approach from the NATO perspective with a firm diplomatic response to that. Since 2016, NATO agreed that the hybrid actions could lead to a decision to invoke Article 5. It's a strong statement, but to be honest, the biggest challenge is actually attribution. Every time happening something in the nation, there are a lot of actions and fuss, to be honest, about so who did that. Even informally and almost formal, everybody knows most likely it's Russia or another hostile actor. But it's so difficult to get to the agreement or consensus of the attribution, which could lead actually to invoke of Article 5, was out of this coming consequences, which are very serious. And I will be closing with the military part, talking about the defense capabilities. Now we are focusing on saying that we need to develop collective defense capability, Article 5 collective defense capability. Out of the regional plans, it's a huge list of capabilities we need to work, and the just nominated minister, she talked about the extensive pressure on this and finding the budget for that. The rule is that if we are capable to do the collective defense, and if we do have a collective defense capabilities, we will be able to cope on our side with a hybrid threat, which relates with the military domain. And by this, I will hand back to you.
So thank you very much. So one of my questions is actually directly related to what just the Lieutenant General said. So, because up until now in a public domain, there is still a public discussion, should a clear red line should be drawn to activate an Article 5 as a response to the hybrid threat? If yes, where this line should be drawn? So what is your opinion on that? Firstly, should we have this line? Secondly, where we should draw this line? So yeah, please.
Oh, well, I guess it really depends again on what kind of operation we are talking about. A general blank check essentially for any types of hybrid threats, I think would not do, right? We need to be very concrete, and there's a reason why it's called hybrid threats, gray zone coercion, something below the threshold of armed conflict, right? I mean, we do know that certain cyber attacks can actually trigger Article 5, right? There's an agreement within the alliance and NATO. It all depends on the context in this regard. But I do think that definitions is one component, right? What's much more important, rather than the legal technicalities of what this really triggers and what it really constitutes at the end of the day, is how do we respond to it, right? And here, my fear is that sometimes we are way too reactive rather than too, proactive when it comes to some of these issues that some potential adversaries, or adversaries rather, are, posing essentially. And I think what we're seeing from actors such as Russia at the moment is a test. They're testing us in the West. That is, try a little thing here, try a little thing there, wait and see what the response is. And I think we've not been particularly good, at least in the public domain, from what I can see. I don't know what's happening behind closed doors in signaling Russia in particular that we are not going to stand for certain aggressions or certain acts of sabotage and so forth, right? So I think we need to be better here. I don't know whether the answer is that we have a clear textbook definition of what we're going to do. I don't think that's really necessary. There's a certain virtue in ambiguity in these types of things also. It's a concept in deterrence, obviously, right? That we respond. But what should be clear is that we respond strongly and that we respond in kind, or at least not in kind, proportional to what we are receiving. I'm not suggesting that we should also, sabotage, conduct sabotage operations or assassinations and so forth, don't get me wrong. But of course, there are, certain things that we can do within the legal frameworks that we have. And the most important, or the last thing we should do is not to do anything in response to this.
Yeah, so maybe it's not necessarily have to be Article 5. We can also talk about other articles like Article 4, maybe even some other options. But
well,
yeah.
I mean, the other question is really, what's the first national response? The first response should be at the national level in these types of things, right? I mean, this idea, again, I think it's part of our strategic culture that we immediately think of NATO as the way to do certain things. No, I think first and foremost we need to do our own homework in our national, capitalists and in our countries and come up with solutions there. Of course, NATO is an important element in coordinating responses and stuff, but first and foremost, I do think that what we can do domestically, we should do.
Absolutely, Lieutenant General.
Yeah, I'll agree most of what was said, and there are 3 articles which are important in our sense. So Article 3, which is our national responsibility to prepare our defense and armed forces for any aggression. That would include hybrid threat as well. And you mentioned Article 4, which is also an important part. When the nation decides that it is above, they need to go and to do the consultation in the NATO. This is where they're looking for the possible response from the NATO. And I do agree that Russia actually what is doing is just testing our red line and pushing back and forward, saying, okay, so what will be the response? Is it wise from our side to draw the red line and to talk about this? I don't think so. Because ambiguity should stay also in the place, not only Russia playing with ambiguity towards us, but we also need to provide the ambiguity for the Russia to be guessing, so where is our red line, how are we doing this? Nevertheless, internally, either that in the NATO or internationally, we need to agree what does it mean, this red line for us, and how we will react and commit our actions to the red line which could be crossed.
So there is also a discussion how we should deter those threats. So there are 2 kinds of options and examples how we can do it. So one of them is to use symmetrical measures that could also respond in the same way as we feel the damage of those threats. And the other one is to use capacity building, to use sanctions, to use more, softer measures to answer those threats and to deter them in the future. So which one do you believe we should use, or maybe the answer is somewhere in the middle?
Well, I think obviously military options is just a small part of this portfolio that you need to respond to these, the worst types of threats. I think I should add, though, that it's important also to understand if we are really talking about scenarios and what we would still classify as so-called hybrid threats, and if we go back to the original meaning of the term that was in part coined back in 2007, I believe, after the Second Lebanon War, we should not underestimate the type of formations that a country like Russia potentially would be able to deploy in the run-up to a military confrontation or high-intensity conflict with NATO. That is, if you think about countries that are not directly frontline states, such as Germany, right, that are really in the strategic depth of NATO and that are crucial for essentially transportation, like the most critical transportation hub essentially for any kind of military action in Eastern Europe, that is Germany, you would expect that Russia would also deploy sleeper cells, would deploy small-scale sabotage units, special operation forces, all this stuff, right? And these are really planning scenarios that are part of NATO's toolbox, so to speak. So I think we need to be, again, extremely specific, because these types of threats obviously would require a military response, right? In combination with cyber operations, sabotage, and so forth, where you divide it up. But I mean, I can't give you like an exact blueprint how to respond to any of this. I guess the most important element is that you do need a more comprehensive defense concept, something akin of what some of the Scandinavian countries have, a total defense concept that incorporates all of these elements, and then depending on what really specifically the so-called hybrid threat is, you respond to it, right? I do think we've made some progress in that area, let me say, over the last couple of years, but of course more needs to be done.
Please.
Couple things. First of all, of course, the whole response option portfolio, we need to look into all instruments of power which is available, and to be very selective. And to be honest, I think NATO, at least to my knowledge, has a certain toolbox which could be used if it's necessary based on the discussions with the nations. What is important that NATO is cooperating together, at least with the European Union, much, much closer in the response towards the hybrid actions on the NATO or European Union member state territory. And I think this is one of the key components where could be really strengthened and added value. Nevertheless, I would conclude saying that the one domain, which is informational domain, we need to be sure that we are proactive in that domain. I think that we are a little bit more reactive side sitting, but the information domain is kind of safe to be proactive from our perspective as well, and to be sure that our messages are well received at the other end, not only saying that the deterrence is working, even we don't know how exactly that portrayed.
Yep. So we have a few questions from the audience. So one is, I think, dedicated for Mr. Gary. So one of the more modern warfare tactics are neuro warfare, or maybe we'd also add, in addition to that, some psychological operations. So how do you think Lithuania and allies are ready to tackle this? Are we ready to react to possible threats in this field?
Sorry, it's about, I didn't hear the question entirely. It's about modern warfare, psychological warfare?
Yes, neuro warfare.
Neuro warfare?
Yes.
Well, I mean, first and foremost, war is always a contest of wills, right? This goes back all the way to Clausewitz already in the 18th century, and before that, obviously, but just in terms of military theory. And I think I'm generally against, for example, classifying a new warfighting domain as a cognitive domain where you have all these, you group essentially information warfare, cyber operations, other enabling operations that you target, to essentially target the mind of your opponent. I think it's an important part of any type of military operation. I do think there's a lot of potential, so to speak, down the line when it comes to some emerging technological capabilities that we could use. We also need to be aware of, obviously, what the adversaries can do. But I don't see it really replacing existing means of achieving military success. This idea has been haunting US military doctrine, I would say, or military thought, ever since at least the end of the First World War. This idea of a so-called indirect approach to essentially through non-violent means, or at least in part non-violent means, to break your enemy's will to resist, right? There's this big ongoing debate of attrition versus maneuver. This is usually seen as part of a maneuverist approach, right? Essentially to dominate the so-called cognitive domain, neuro warfare, and so forth. I'm frankly more of a traditionalist in this sphere. I think the primary way to influence an adversary to give up is to inflict attrition upon your adversary. This usually is done through violent means. I think it's an illusion to think that this can really be done just in the information domain or through any type of new neural warfare. I think it's a supplemental and amplifying approach, essentially, but it's not going to be the main effort of any type of modern military operation. At least it should not be. And I don't think we should change our force structure to really bet on this one thing, because what happens if we really can't achieve our effects and we essentially have given up other important capabilities to really focus and invest money on this capability, and then it turns out that it's not going to make that much of a difference.
Another question from the audience now for Lieutenant General Baltrienus. So regarding what is happening in the Baltic Sea, and I think that is related to the internet cables, so how Lithuania and NATO responded so far?
Well, that's a good question, thank you. Whoever asked that. First of all, I think what NATO did is establish better situational awareness. We need to understand that with the naval domain, the vast waters in the sea, it's not something, you need a lot of ships or vessels to be present. So that's what we need to understand, that it's not that easy to control this. But number one, what happened from the NATO perspective is the situational awareness with the presence of the naval assets in the Baltic Sea, establishing that awareness and ensuring more often and constant sea patrolling along the key underwater infrastructure. Of course, additional to that, the intelligent analysis and intelligent work, mapping out the whole underwater infrastructure. NATO, in the NATO headquarters, there is a task force which is dealing and analyzing the critical underwater infrastructure situation and providing the advices for the decision makers. And that was the first reactions to what the cables was happening. And of course, the investigation by the services and the governmental institutions is continuing, and the conclusions will be drawn.
Yeah, so thank you. Another question for Lieutenant General Baltrienus, but I think both speakers can react to that question. So Russians and other actors are using Western platforms to spread disinformation. So what is your advice to civil governments, and where should we start?
I will refer to what I said about being more proactive in the information domain, and that goes to the more practical side, which was asked in the question, the platforms used in that. I think Lithuania went very good way of actually shutting down all channels from which Russia was able to influence or send the propaganda towards the Lithuanian population. That one of the means which I would advise to other Western countries further from the eastern border to do that. That would be one way. The other way of being more proactive and using actually the same our platforms to send our message to the eastern side. But the most important part is the education of our societies, that our societies are able and resilient to the propaganda which is actually coming from the east.
Mr. Gadi?
Well, I think you mentioned it already, General. I think the most important element obviously has to be at the educational level. And again, I need to go back to this idea of total defense, or this concept of total defense, which a lot of European countries, particularly in Scandinavia, had during the Cold War. This is obviously a concept that has been revised, needs to be expanded, and I think an educational curriculum that sort of also raises awareness about these types of operation is crucial. I think a second point, though, is also there needs to be across Europe, at least, within the framework of the European Union, obviously NATO members are included here, perhaps also a closer look at whether all the legal perimeters, the legal frameworks are actually set up for more proactive defense effort online. And proactive defense, or active defense in general, I think, is something that, again, we in Europe need to be better at. Shutting down certain networks, be more proactive in trying to get rid of certain material, and also strengthening our intelligence services, I think. It's going to be crucial for some of these operations at the end of the day. Also giving them, again, the legal frameworks to really conduct their operations, because there are some discrepancies that I see in certain countries when it comes to having the right legal framework for intelligence agencies to be more proactive in this regard.
A quick follow-up question, because Lithuania, probably since the annexation of Crimea, so probably 10 years right now, has had very strict policy in regards to the Russian television channels, radio channels, spread of disinformation. We had even some bans. So what about German-speaking Europe? Could you compare the situation what it used to be 10 years ago and now, and what is the situation right now?
Well, I think there are certain countries in German-speaking Europe that actually lack the legal framework to be more proactive. That is even essential for common intelligence operations. So they need to rely essentially for various challenges from outside support or outside services, outside intelligence support for be more proactive and recognizing certain threats emanating from cyberspace, for example. I think there's a general lack of awareness still. There's also a lack of a total defense concept. I think a lot of stuff has happened since February 2022. I do think there's a particular issue that, again, is amplified by certain adversaries in the German-speaking world when it comes to particularly this term of hybrid threats. It's seen as an excuse to not essentially have to do more in the conventional sphere of military power. Like beginning from 2014 until, let's say, late 2021, the first couple of weeks of 2022, this idea of hybrid warfare, hybrid threats, has specifically in German-speaking Europe been seen as an excuse to essentially let your conventional military capabilities degrade. That is, the future of war was essentially hybrid warfare. And this was not alone in German-speaking Europe, but this was almost a hype, I would say. A hype that I always said was premised on really bad data and not fundamentally understanding the changing character of warfare, nor the constant nature of war. And I think this is something that only little by little gets rectified. And this is something that needs to get rectified, though.
Yeah, and another question for Lieutenant General. So follow up on the Baltic Sea question, the response of war, do we do enough to deter Russia? Because it seems that it's just a little public signaling, so maybe you could also expand what other measures are also taken besides the accident in the Baltic Sea.
I would not dare to step to the deterrence domain, which was by much better experts than me talking about this. But I'll allow myself to go a little bit. Do we deter enough Russia with the current our actions and activities what we're doing? I think we do have a certain degree of deterrence in that. The difficult question is how we're measuring the deterrence. It depends on our framework of measurement that's saying, are we successful with the deterrence? Yes, Russia didn't attack us conventionally. It sounds like we deterred Russia from the conventional attack. Nevertheless, we just discussed 20 minutes extensively about the hybrid attacks. Most likely the conclusion is we didn't deter Russia from the hybrid attacks towards NATO. So what kind of actions should be taken from the conventional side? The visible actions, more forces along the eastern border, more exercises along the eastern border, better strategic communication. And I know that what I'm saying, it sounds a little bit like nice saying, but this is what we on our side as a military doing. And it's a complex of this deterrence goes with all instruments of national power. It's not only military, it's diplomatic, it's economical, you name it. It's a lot of them. So could we do better? Yes, of course we can. But it depends how we measure the success of our actions.
Yes, so I think we are out of questions right now. So thank you very much for both of our speakers, and the last big round of applause.
Thank you.
Ačiū labai.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you very much to all the participants for a very productive and constructive day. Thank you very much for your insights, for your patience, for your questions, and for reminding us that we cannot stay calm, that we need to act. And the conference on transatlantic ties amid fracturing security landscape, which is aimed to commemorate Lithuanian Chief of Diplomacy Stasys Lozoraitis. Our conference is going towards the end, and it will be under the patronage of the President of Lithuania from now on. We will meet next December. And we hope that the victory will be on Ukrainian side next year. Let us invite the director of the Geopolitics and Security Studies Center, the team of the center, on stage. I don't see Linus, but I believe that they are somewhere in the background. Is Linus here? Is still here in the audience? Will I have to close the conference without Linus? Oh my God. Could the members of the team come on stage, and maybe Linus will hear loud applause, and unavoidably he will have to climb on stage. Linus, get back. So these are the people who worked very hard throughout the day to make this event happen. And let us applaud loudly to all those people, to all the team who worked for this event. We are saying goodbye to the viewers online, and we are saying goodbye to those sitting in the audience, and let us hope that we'll have a chance to chat to Linus Kojala in other events, and see you next December. Thank you for staying us today with here. See you soon.